Hello, my friends. How are we today? I like to make an entrance. Do I really? No, I don't. You so silly. I have to do it.
Really? No, I don't.
Oh, shoot. I got my other video on. Hang on. My other computer. I have to say hello to everybody, cast. Trust me, if I had it my way, you guys would just see clips. I would not be on at all. That's the one thing about YouTube I don't like. Hey, Super Kelly. Hi, Kim. Hey, Bob Kitten. Laura. Bama. Oh, Mark's in the house. Get ready for some trouble. Hey, Harry. It's good to see all you guys. I hope I didn't miss anybody. JPC. JPC is here too. All right. Y'all ready to get started? Today we get to listen to the defendant give his testimony. Oh, yeah. We get to see what all the hubbub in this case was all about, because honestly, this was really why we began watching this trial together, was because somebody said, oh my gosh, y'all gotta see this. And then in the media, they said that he got reprimanded on the stand or something. Anyway, let's do this. This is day 4, and it's a short day.
Good morning, Investigative. Good morning. I want to ask you a few questions about the incident date first. So you talked about the incident date was October the 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was a Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
Right? So this was a school day.
It was?
Aida was actually, in fact, at school on that day.
Yes, sir.
And her school was Buena Vista.
Correct.
And that's very close to the residence.
It is. Yes, sir.
How far would you say? You have any idea?
If you were driving, it would probably take a minute or two to get there.
Okay. And we know that Aida used to walk to school.
Yes, sir.
And so law enforcement showed up at the incident location about 11 o'clock. So Aida was scheduled to be home in a few hours after that, one would say, or mid-afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned you had somewhat of a familiarity with that residence because of an earlier investigation, something about harassment and or stalking. Now, you know that no convictions came out of those allegations, right?
Correct.
Your interview with Bradley Post was on October the 19th, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was at the Law Enforcement Center.
It was.
Did you speak to him on October 13th, 2021 at Canebrake?
I did not speak with him the day of the incident. No, sir.
Okay. Had you met him prior to October the 13th, 2021?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
No? Okay. Was Bradley Post interviewed on the 13th?
He was.
And we've been providing an interview that he did with the coroner's office. And I think Tracy King was present. Is that the interview?
I don't believe it was Tracy King. I believe it was a member of the coroner's office, and it was another investigator. I don't believe it was Investigator King.
Okay, different investigator then. But it was the coroner who did the interview on that day?
He was involved in the interview. He was in there with an investigator. Yes, sir.
Have you watched the interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware that the coroner really did most, probably 90% of the questioning?
Yes, sir. He asked a lot of questions. Yes, sir.
Now, the coroner is not employed by the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, is he?
He's not.
That's a separate office.
Yes.
The coroners are not tasked with investigating a potential crime, are they?
That's not their primary. No, sir.
So the primary concern is to determine cause and manner of death and provide necessary information to family members and things like that?
Yes, sir. Locate a next of kin. Yes, sir.
So Bradley Post was a suspect on that day, right? Just like anybody who would be a close fiance or spouse or something like that. That's just a natural suspect.
He was someone that we definitely wanted to talk to.
Okay. But he wasn't interviewed by Greenville County Sheriff's Office investigator on that date, was he?
Not by anyone from the homicide unit, no, sir.
And the buccal swab was collected from him on what date?
I believe it was that day, the 13th.
And was Lieutenant Parcell's phone taken on that date?
No, sir.
When was Lieutenant Parcell's phone taken?
It was not.
It was not taken.
No, sir.
A buccal swab was taken from her, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was on October the 15th of 2021?
Yes, sir. The 15th.
And what was the reason then for taking the buccal swab?
So we could have something to compare and to, trying to think of the word, exclusions. Obviously, obviously Miss Tina lived there. So we knew that her DNA was going to be all over things in the house.
Okay. And so the buccal swab was taken October 15th, 2021 at the Canebrake house?
No, sir. When I met with Tina to get her buccal swab, it was not at the Canebrake house.
Where was it?
It was at a friend's house.
Okay. But you did meet with her and Bradley Post on October the 15th at the Canebrake house?
I did. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Bradley Post's phone was not collected by law enforcement on October 13th of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware now from your investigation, by looking at the body cameras of other officers, that he was deleting photographs from his phone while waiting for law enforcement to arrive?
I'm not aware of that. No, sir.
Yeah. Did you watch all the body cameras?
Oh, I believe I did.
Okay. So you don't remember that, him saying that?
I don't recall that. No, sir.
But he certainly had the phone from the incident date until October the 19th of 2021 and had every opportunity to delete, manipulate his phone in any way. Right?
I know that he had possession of his phone until the 19th. Yes, sir.
Okay, now, on October the 15th of 2021, you spoke with Bradley Post at the Canebrake residence,
Yes, sir.
and you mentioned Tina Parcell was also there.
Yes, sir.
And what you spoke to Bradley Post on that day?
I did.
Was your conversation with him recorded?
I don't believe it was. No, sir.
And at that time, Bradley Post asked you whether Ms. Parcells had been wearing her engagement ring, right?
He had brought it up. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
He had asked about the ring.
I'm sorry.
He asked about the ring. Yes, sir.
Okay, so presumably he didn't. If he had to ask you if she was wearing it, he didn't know.
Correct.
Okay. And he asked for the ring back.
I don't remember if he asked for the ring back. I know that he just wanted to know if she had it, if she was currently wearing it.
And he told you at that time about the clone that he had of Christina Parcell's phone, did he not?
I don't know if he told me about it then, but I know he told me about it on the 19th when I interviewed him at the Law Enforcement Center.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Defense Exhibit number 60 for identification purposes only. Can you
Yes, sir.
recognize what is in, what the contents of that?
Yes, sir. This is one of my supplemental reports.
Okay. And actually, if you look through, it's actually, I believe, all of your supplemental reports.
Yes, sir. It looks to be. Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you could you look at your entry on October the 15th, see if there's anything there that refreshes your memory about whether or not he told you about the clone phone on October the 15th?
Okay. Yes, sir. He did.
And was that the first you had heard about this clone phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize it on October the 15th?
I did not.
Did you ever seize it?
I seized it on the 19th.
Now, your investigation also led you to Foothills Veterinarian on October the 18th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, you spoke with someone, or you spoke with people at the at this facility where Ms. Parcell had worked? Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you learned that she had been working part-time
Yes, sir.
and that she had not worked in some 3 weeks since September the 23rd, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you some questions about the October 19th interview with Mr. Post. Where did that interview take place?
At the Law Enforcement Center in our interview room.
There was another investigator in the room with you?
Yes, sir. That was when Investigator King was in there with me.
And did you seize Mr. Post's phone at that time?
Yes, sir.
And that's the phone that we could see when you're watching the recording of that, the phone that he has out on the table in front of him?
Yes, sir.
When did you take the phone from him?
During that interview.
Was it at the end after the camera was taken off?
Yes, sir. It was near the end of the interview. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you also followed him to his car and took possession of the clone phone, correct?
I did.
So he knew to bring it with him on that day, or had you asked him to bring it with him, or how did it happen to be in his possession? Do you remember?
I don't remember if on the 15th when he told me about it, I asked him to bring it or not, or if he just brought it on his own, assuming I may would like to look at it.
Okay. But that was the phone then that mirrored everything that was being done on Ms. Parcell's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And prior to your meeting with Bradley Post, you did get search warrants for his phone, for the clone phone, and also for a laptop that he had of Parcell's in his possession, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you gave Post phone and these items to someone else with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
I did.
and that was Charlie Cunningham.
Yes, sir.
While those phones were being extracted, was Post allowed to leave the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir. He left.
And he went to his home,
Yes, sir. That's where the laptop was.
and the officers went and got that phone.
His attorney came with him and he went inside, had the laptop and brought it back out to me. That's all. That's the only thing I needed from the house.
Now, there's been testimony in the case that on October the 19th of 2021, John Mello was taken into emergency protective custody. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Did you participate in that?
No, sir.
Were other officers with Greenville County Sheriff's Office participating in that?
Not that I know of.
So it wasn't the sheriff's office who did that?
The EPC, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what officers did it.
Okay, but it was the sheriff's office, right? Wasn't Dan Bevel the one who was leading that investigation?
I know he was leading an investigation. Yes, sir.
So you weren't consulted about that prior to them going out there?
I remember being told that she was being EPC, placed in emergency protective custody.
Now we heard testimony yesterday from, maybe been the day before, I don't remember, but from a man named Michael Manigat, or Manigault, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. How did you come across his name?
From Investigator Bevel.
Now, you had an interview with Lieutenant Parcell on October the 13th of 2021,
I did.
and that was recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as lead investigator of the case, obviously you're just trying to get all the information, so you asked some very broad and open questions to try to find out as much as you could, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the questions you asked at the 20-minute mark of the interview, you asked Ms. Parcell about where everybody stayed in the house. And is it true that she told you that Aida's room was being used as a playroom and that she slept in Christina's bed?
I don't specifically recall that, but obviously I recorded the interview, so if that's what it states, then that'd be correct.
And do you recall that at the 23:45 mark, she told you that Bradley Post was at the house every day?
This is hearsay, Your Honor.
It's just asking about the two things. First, prior inconsistent statement, and also it just goes to
It's a prior consistent statement of Tina Parcell. not
Yes.
now.
Tina Parcell.
Yeah, I'm not sustaining the objection.
Now, you've already testified that you spent a great deal of time on October 13th, or that the sheriff's office spent a great deal of time canvassing the neighborhood to learn if anyone had cameras or if anyone had seen anyone suspicious. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you handle any of that, or was that up to the uniform officers and other officers to handle?
It was mostly other investigators. Yes, sir.
And obviously, this was very important, correct? Because at this time, you didn't have you didn't know who had done this, so you're trying to gather all the information that you can.
That's right.
And so officers would be looking for information, whether anyone had seen someone suspicious or new to the neighborhood, and whether they could identify that person.
Yes, sir.
And if an officer had found someone in that position, as lead investigator, you would have been informed about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have done a follow-up interview with that person?
If someone had come to me and said that someone needs to be spoken to? Is that,
Well, if an officer came to you and said, listen, we have somebody at, 105 Canebrake who says they saw a person's face and thinks they could identify that person, you would have been.
I would have. Yes, sir.
And as you develop suspects, you would have gone to that person with a photo lineup to see if they could identify the suspect?
Yes, sir.
And that never happened, did it?
It did not.
So you never went to anyone who came break with a lineup, including Brad Post or Alex Fields or Zach Hughes, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that's because no one had ever said that they had seen a face of the person on the bicycle.
Yes, sir.
So what led you all to go to Donna Gorman's house in October of 2024, over 3 years after the incident?
We went there because as we were reviewing the case, preparing for this, preparing for this, we had realized that no one had ever shown her a picture of a bicycle. So we wanted to take that picture up there and let her see it and ask her if that's who she remembers seeing.
And she had been spoken to on October the 13th, had she not?
Yes, sir.
Riley Stokes?
Yes, sir. It was Investigative Stokes.
And Riley Stokes never came to you and said, listen, we found somebody who can identify the person on the bicycle, right?
That's correct.
And so when you went, well, let me ask you this. During those 3 years, between October of 2021 and October of 2024, Zach Hughes' picture had been shown on the news and the newspaper and other places, social media, numerous times. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in that picture that's shown in the media, he looks quite similar to how he looks now, right? With a full head of hair and a beard.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
In October 13th of 2021, Zach didn't even have facial hair, did he?
I don't remember if he had facial hair.
Do you remember seeing the trail camera photos?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that was 3 days before, and then you saw Zach Hughes a couple days, well, about a week later at his house, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was clean shaven on that day?
I believe he was. Yes.
And October 28th of 2024, is that when Ms. Gorman said she saw the face of the person on the bicycle?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you she could identify the guy on the bike?
Sir?
That time in October 24, she told you she saw the face of the guy on the bike. Did she tell you that she could identify the person?
She said that she believed she would know him if she saw him again.
Really? You didn't put that in your report, did you?
I may not have. No, sir.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe I did.
And you can, feel free, your report is in front of you, but.
No, sir. I didn't put that in there.
And you would agree that identification of a person in a case like that is very significant, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Did you show her a photo lineup?
I did not.
You did mark in your report that she told you that she would not be able, or she would be able to say it was not Bradley Post on the bike, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now your theory is that Zach drove the morning of October 13th from the Mountain House, which we've heard testimony is about an hour away from Canebrake. And in the summary that you provided, you say that he turned his phone off so he couldn't be tracked at 7:45. So if Zach Hughes left the house at 7:45, there's no way that Zach Hughes could have been there at 8:15 to be seen by Ms. Gorman, is there?
No, I didn't say that he turned his phone off. There's no activity on his phone.
Okay, no activity. Okay. How many ring cameras and surveillance cameras do y'all have that showed the guy in the bicycle?
From specific locations, I know that we have three.
Okay.
And there was one of the locations has multiple cameras.
Okay. And the guy on the bicycle is not picked up by any cameras at 8 or 8:15, is it?
No, sir.
And that is a good hour to hour and 15 minutes before the person is seen entering Canebrake, right? The 122 Canebrake.
Yes, sir.
How close is Miss Gorman's home to 122 Canebrake?
It's fairly close.
Like,
Across the street and over a couple
so
houses.
on a bike, would it be less than a 5-minute ride, would you say?
From Miss Gorman's house to 122? Yes, sir.
Okay. And the person on the bicycle was not wearing a hoodie, was he?
It didn't appear that there was a hoodie.
On November the 9th of 2021, you met with Tina Parcell for the purpose of collecting some items from her that she had found at the Canebrake residence. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of those items was a blue USB thumb drive that she had found in Christina Parcell's room. Is that right?
I don't remember where she said she found it, but I believe she did bring me a thumb drive.
Did y'all examine that thumb drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you yourself or did other officers? You know?
I believe I did it.
I want to ask you a few questions related to the harassment investigation. And so you're aware that one of the documents in the packages that were mailed was an advertisement for an escort site, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are aware that Christina Parcell did have a past that.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Your Honor, this was brought up by the state. They're the ones who introduced this evidence, and they're.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, objection, stay.
Your Honor, what is brought up by the state is that they were mailed a photo which has an.
Okay, thank you. I may please the court. Investigator Sparkman, I just want to finish up with asking you a couple of questions about the WhatsApp messages that you testified about at great length yesterday. And you testified about how you collected and put into a binder all of the WhatsApp messages between Zachary Hughes and John Mello. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was a rather large binder of text messages once you got those all.
It was a lot of messages, yes.
Isn't it true that the overwhelming majority of those messages come after the middle of April when Ida Mello was taken away from John Mello and returned to the States to be with his mother?
I don't know if the majority of them or not. I'd have to look at the book again to refresh my memory on the dates.
Okay. And you talked a lot about interpretations about different messages and what you believe they meant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to show you one of the messages on State's Exhibit number 186. Are you? Okay. All right, are you able to read that?
I could read that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is against State's Exhibit 186, and I would just want to point your attention to the one that's the second message on the left on that page. And I'm not going to ask you to try to decipher everything about that, but in that message, we see on the first line, we see the name Ida, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that line, you see the word doomed. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So one interpretation of that message could be, and do you remember the date of that?
Could you please place it back up there? The 13th, October 13th.
And one interpretation of that message could be that John Mello believed that his daughter, now being returned to the States to live with Christina Parcell, meant that she is doomed.
I think there's way too many words in there for me to say that. I will agree that those two words are in there.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any redirect from the stay?
Yes, Your Honor.
A couple questions.
Mr. Moore asked you about the coroner's assistants in this particular case.
Yes, sir.
Do they respond to all homicide investigations?
They do.
And sometimes do they assist y'all in various duties?
They do.
And don't they have their independent investigative authority under statute as well?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Morgan discussed the clone phone that Brad Post had. All right, so explain to this jury Christina Parcell's phones that she had.
So the one we refer to as the clone phone, that's a phone that Mr. Post kept that he basically signed into her Apple using her Apple ID and password when he says cloned. So everything that she does on that phone is not cloned. So he'd be able to see the stuff typically that Apple backs up. Like if you restored your phone from iCloud, emails, contacts, certain text messages and phone calls. That's how that phone was set up.
And he also had Life 360 on her as well.
Yes, he had the Life 360 app, and she was a part of his group. They could see each other's locations.
And did you review the downloads of the phones of Christina Parcell?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed all of them?
Yes, sir.
Right. In any of those phones, is there any communication with Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
Is there any email, text message, WhatsApp, Signal, whatever, any kind of application that you saw, any conversations with
No, sir.
anything related to Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
All right. They asked you about Donna Gorman.
Yes.
And so when did Riley Stokes speak to Donna Gorman?
I believe it was the day of the incident, the 13th.
And at that time, had y'all located or did y'all have possession of the photos of a suspect leaving on a bicycle at Cambridge neighborhood?
We knew of the footage, but we weren't able to get possession of that until the following day.
And then Master Deputy Wolf testified that he went back on the 19th and spoke to her.
Yes.
And you recall what his testimony was? Are you aware that he showed her a photo of a bike?
I don't recall if he showed her a photo of the bike or not. I don't believe so.
Okay. And so, and then 3 years later, are you working with the solicitor's office on preparing this case?
I am.
And did you make a decision that you needed to talk to Donna Gorman?
Yes.
And when you went out there and talked to her, did you take down what she told you in a report?
Yes, sir.
And did you show her a copy of the individual on a bike?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever show her any photos of Zach Hughes?
I did not.
They asked you about the timeline on Zach Hughes' phone, and they said from 7:42 to 11:34, there was no activity on the phone.
That's right.
But you know that at 7:42, he 7:42 he unlocked and closed the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, can he do that in his car?
He can.
No further questions, John.
All right, the angry cross. Just a few follow-up questions. What is Life 360?
Life 360 is an application that you can download on your smartphone, and you can invite people to join your circle. You see each other's locations.
So it's just sharing your location with other persons?
Yes.
Is there anything else significant to that? I'm just not aware of Life 360, so I just.
That's the extent of what I know about it, just
Okay.
locations.
So there's no way to share information, texts, file sharing, anything like that through Life 360, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the clone phone, again, that you talked about, the way that was cloned was just through sharing Apple IDs, right?
Yes, sir.
And Bradley Post wouldn't give you that Apple ID, would
He didn't initially.
So you said Investigator Wolf went back and spoke to Donna Gorman also?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was a few days after Investigator Stokes.
Okay, so before you met with Brad Post on the 19th, you think?
I don't recall. It was close to that time.
Within a week or so of the incident?
Yes, I'd said it.
So neither Riley Stokes nor Investigator Wolf came back and said, we have a person here who says they saw the face of the person on the bike and thinks they can identify.
That's right.
Nobody ever went out there because she never told you she could to show her a photo lineup, right?
That's right.
Nothing further. Thank you. Any reread? Direct.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the state would call Dr. Claire Rose for them
Sure.
currently.
So I'm currently employed at the Greenville County Medical Examiner's Office, and I'm one of the medical examiners there.
And what kinds of things are part of your duties as a medical examiner with the Sheriff's Office?
As a medical examiner, I perform autopsies on deceased individuals to determine the cause and manner of death.
Could you talk a little bit about your education and background that led you into taking this role?
Sure. So I did my undergrad at the George Washington University, where I received a degree in biological sciences. Following that, I did a 4 years of medical school at the Medical University of the Americas. Following medical school, I did 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Knoxville, the University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville, Tennessee. Following residency, I did 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And how long have you been a medical examiner for the Sheriff's Office?
I started working here in August of 2021, so about 4 years now.
Okay. So you were in that role in October of 2021?
Yes.
And to get in that role in October of 2021, you spoke to your education, but did you undergo specialized training specifically for the purpose of conducting autopsies?
Yes, so after I completed my residency training, I took a qualifying examination and became board certified in anatomic pathology. Then after I finished my fellowship training, I took another qualifying examination and became board certified in forensic pathology.
And approximately how many autopsies have you conducted since starting your role with the Sheriff's Office?
I have done approximately 1,500 autopsies.
At this time, the state would move to qualify Dr. Rose as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection. All right, without objection. He is qualified as an expert. Ladies and gentlemen, a person, as I've said with other experts, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony, and when a person testifies, they must testify as to what they either saw or they heard or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas if the court qualifies them this way, and this witness will be qualified in the area of forensic pathology to give an opinion testimony in this area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Rose, could you go through with the jury generally what your process is when you're conducting an autopsy from the start of your analysis to going through the steps that you take?
Sure. So first off, an autopsy is a specialized procedure that we perform on deceased individuals, again, to determine the cause and manner of death. And an autopsy consists basically of two parts, an external examination and an internal examination. So first we start with the external examination, which consists of examining the body as is presented to us. So as I'm examining the whole body, I'm taking notes through note-taking and photographs and documenting any clothing that's on the body, any personal effects on the body, any medical intervention that may be on the body, just the general characteristics of the individual, such as their hair color, their eye color, their weight, etc. And then also I'm also looking for any signs of disease or injury. So once that initial examination is complete, then I will remove all that clothing, all the personal effects, all the medical examination. I will clean the body, and then I will re-examine the body again, the full body, looking again for any signs of disease or injury. So that's the external examination. So once that is complete, I move on to the internal examination. And that means opening up the body, taking out all of the organs, and then looking at each organ individually, again, looking for any signs of disease or injury.
And were you tasked with conducting the autopsy on Christina Parcell for this case?
Yes, I was.
And in going through the steps that you just went through, in the external and internal examination, are you documenting your findings as you're going through each of those?
Yes, I'm documenting what findings through notes and photographs.
Do you assign each case a unique number to know what you're referencing?
Yes, I do.
For hindsight?
Mhm.
So also in conducting your autopsy, do you put together a diagram or a picture representation of your findings of injuries?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Speaking generally as to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, well, let's back up before that. Before you begin your autopsy, are you apprised of general circumstances and the nature of how an individual is found and brought to you before you conduct your autopsy to give you some directive of where to go from there?
Yes, so in this particular case, when I arrived to work, I was made aware of Ms. Parcell.
I would object to hearsay if she's going to talk about a statement someone else told her.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Just generally,
Yes,
you're
I'm-
apprised of those
Yes, I
circumstances?
am.
So, speaking to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, what jumped out at you as you were going through there to mark of significance in your report and in your findings?
So I found that there were 35 sharp force injuries to Ms. Parcell.
Okay. Did you reflect those in your diagram that you put together for purposes of reporting what you found?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 192. I'm going to show you State's 192.
Yes.
Is that the diagram that you put together?
Yes, this is the diagram I created.
Okay. All right, this time the state moves into evidence. State's 192.
No objection.
Objection number 192 comes from the record.
Dr. Rose, speaking to how you received the body before you start conducting your autopsy, are there protections put in place to preserve what might potentially be collected as evidence at the time of the autopsy and maybe even down the road?
Sure. So the body is placed in a body bag and sealed, preventing from anyone getting into the bag. Also, handbags are also placed around both of the hands to preserve any evidence that may be present.
Okay. But otherwise, the body is brought to you as is from the time it's found.
Yes.
That's important to preserve for any findings that you may make or anyone afterwards. Is that
Yes.
right? And while you're conducting this autopsy, is there a forensic technician with the sheriff's office with you to collect evidence for purposes of the case?
Yes, there was one forensic technician present during the autopsy of Ms. Parcell.
Okay. I want to go through with you some findings that you made on State's Exhibit 192 as it related to Ms. Parcell. I'm going to starting with the top. You identified Ms. Parcell on this document,
Yes.
and then you make a note there. Could you explain to the jury what the difference is between a stab wound and an incise wound?
Sure. So first I'll just say what a sharp force injury is. So sharp force injury is an injury caused by a pointed or sharp-edged object. Examples of this include a knife, which is the most common object that we see during our work, but it also may include other objects such as scissors, a fork, screwdriver, basically anything that has a sharp or pointed edge. So then we sharp force injuries, if it's a knife, then we have either a stab wound or an incised wound. And now a stab wound is a wound that is deeper than its length on the skin. And an incised wound is a wound that is its length is longer on the skin than it is deeper. And then so here in this diagram, the shaded oval areas indicate the stab wounds, and partially shaded areas indicate the inside wounds.
So would it be fair to say, when you say stab wound, that's what most people, when they commonplace think of the word stab, is a stab wound. An incised wound is more of, say, slice?
Yes.
And approximately how many sharp force wounds were located on Ms. Parcell's body as it relates to her torso and her arms?
So to her torso and her arms, there were a total of 9 sharp force injuries, and I can quickly just go through
Sure.
each of them. So starting with the stab wounds, Ms. Parcell had 1 stab wound to the top of her shoulder and 1 stab wound to the left side of her upper chest. Both of these wounds went through the skin and penetrated the underlining soft tissue. Then you have another stab wound to the left breast. This wound went through the skin, the underlining soft tissue, and penetrated the chest cavity and superficially penetrated the left lung. Then we have the 4th stab wound, which is to the left side of the mid-back. This wound went through the skin, the underlining soft tissue, and just penetrated the chest cavity without injuring the left lung. So those are all the stab wounds. And then we have, well, on this one, you can't see all of the incised wounds, but you have 4 inside. Yeah, here we go. So here you see 5 incised wounds. So you have 2 incised wounds to the right upper arm, 1 incised wound to the posterior right forearm, 1 incised wound to the left upper arm, and then 1 incised wound to the posterior left pinky.
I'm going to show you the second page here. Dr. Rose, as to Ms. Parcell's head and neck, how many sharp force injuries were identified in those areas?
So Ms. Parcell had a total of 26 sharp force injuries. So she had 7 stab wounds and 19 incised wounds. And I can quickly go through all of those too, if you would like. Starting with the incised wounds, so she had, as I said, a total of 19 incised wounds to various locations to her scalp, to the right ear, the areas in front of the ear, the areas behind the ear, both cheeks, and to the right side of the anterior neck. And again, these wounds just went through the skin and superficially penetrated the underlining soft tissue. Now we have 7 stab wounds to the neck area. We have 1 stab wound to the left side of the posterior neck, and that wound just went through the skin and the deep underlining soft tissue. And then we have a total of 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck. And these wounds went through the skin, the underlining soft tissue and musculature of the neck, and then perforated 2 major blood vessels that supply blood to and from the head, the right internal carotid artery and the right internal jugular vein.
As to the injuries that affected the carotid and jugular arteries, could those be fatal once serrated?
Yes, those would have caused significant amount of bleeding.
And your findings specific to these areas, and the locations of the wounds, are there more wounds on the left or the right side of Ms. Parcell's head and neck?
Majority of the wounds are concentrated to her right side.
And speaking to the how the location of these wounds and the number in significant areas, pointing you to the stab wounds on the right side of Ms. Parcell's neck here.
Mhm.
What would you say was, and when you're determining the cause and the manner of Ms. Parcell's death, which wounds brought the most attention to you? Which were the most significant in your analysis of making that determination?
The most significant stab wounds were the ones to the right side of the neck, the group of 6, well, 5, and then one you can't see, but it's on the kind of, if you move the sheet a little bit down, you will see one stab wounds to the right side. So the group of those 6, the 6 stab wounds are the most significant ones.
Dr. Rose, could you explain to the jury what blunt force trauma is?
So blunt force trauma is just injury to the body that's caused from the body impacting an object or the body impacting an object.
Did you observe findings of blunt force trauma as it relates to Ms. Parcell?
Yes, I did.
What were your significant findings there?
So Ms. Parcell had contusions or bruises to the left side of her face, her anterior neck, and one contusion to her left knee. She also had tiny abrasions or scrapes to her right cheek, her neck, and her left upper extremity. She also had 2 small lacerations or tears in the skin to the right side of her forehead and to her left eyebrow. Additionally, she also had hemorrhage within her scalp and hemorrhage within the left temporalis muscle, which is just the muscle that sits just underneath the left side of the scalp.
So, speaking to the findings of sharp force injuries with relation to Ms. Parcell, are you able to make any substantial findings as to the type of object used or specifics related to that object?
So the appearance of all of the shock force injuries are consistent with a knife being used.
Okay. But past that, how specific can you get into making conclusions as to details of the knife, I suppose?
So just on the appearance of Ms. Parcell's wounds, I can't further characterize the type of knife.
In conducting your autopsy, you didn't find any evidence that would aid you in further making a conclusion towards that effect?
No.
Is toxicology part of the autopsy process?
Yes, it is.
What is toxicology for the juries?
So during the autopsy procedure, I may take samples. For example, I may take blood to run toxicology just to see if there's any drugs in her system that may have contributed to the individual's death.
Were any findings on the end of toxicology significant in your determination of finding cause and manner of death?
No.
Were there any findings as related to illicit drugs in Ms. Parcell's system?
No.
Finally, Dr. Rose, what was your conclusion as to the cause and manner of Ms. Parcell's death?
So the cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries, and the manner of death was homicide.
Dr. Rose, just bringing your attention back quickly to the object that might have been used to cause these sharp force injuries. Did you make any findings as it related to what happened in the process of these injuries being inflicted as it relates to that object? The tipping broke off or remains of the knife found in her system, or differences in the wounds to that effect?
Can you repeat the question?
So in trying to make a finding or looking for findings as it relates to the object that may have been used in inflicting these wounds, were you able to find of differences in the wounds, that a different object might have been used or something happened to the object in the course of inflicting these injuries?
So at the time of the autopsy, I did not find any sharp object that may have remained inside or on the body. And then based on the appearances of the wounds, it is most consistent with the knife being used. And that is all that I can say.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
May I please report? Dr. Rose, when did you start? You testified you started in August of 2021.
Correct.
Do you remember what day in August of 2021?
I do not.
Okay, that's okay. You conducted this autopsy on October the 14th of 2021?
That is correct.
So at the time you conducted this autopsy, you had been on the job just about 2 months, right?
Correct.
You were asked about toxicology. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the toxicology showed that Christina Parcell had amphetamine in her system? Isn't that true?
Correct.
And isn't that a controlled substance?
Yes, it's a stimulant, yes.
Isn't it true? You talked about the sharp force injuries that you discovered during the autopsy. And isn't it true you talked about incised injuries versus stab wounds, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that in your report you used the word superficial or the adjective superficial prior to many of the times you referenced incised injuries? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you testified that these incised injuries were much longer than they are deeper. Is that
Yes.
correct? And in fact, in your autopsy report, isn't it true that you didn't even calculate whatever the depth was of the incised injuries?
I mean, it's very difficult because they are so superficial.
So
It's-
superficial.
Yes.
Right. And isn't it true that the vast majority of the what you call the sharp force injuries you discovered were incised wounds? Isn't that true?
That is true.
And in other words, those are superficial injuries according to your own words. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you calculated that Christina Parcell weighed 163 pounds? Is that right?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And she was wearing acrylic fingernails. Is that right? What color were they? Were they red?
Let me double check. Yes, they were red. Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. None further. Can you read the record?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Dr. Rose, speaking specifically to the amphetamines that Mr. Mormon brought up, were the amphetamine findings in the toxicology consistent with a prescribed amount?
Yes.
And amphetamines, is that the active chemical in, say, Adderall?
Yes.
And he spoke a lot as to the incise wounds and stab wounds found on Ms. Parcell. Just as to the right side of her neck, how many stab wounds were there?
There were 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. I have nothing further for you.
Just briefly, and Dr. Rose, he asked you about the quantities being consistent with prescription. Isn't it also true that it's possible to get illicit drugs in the same quantities as prescription drugs? Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. Nothing else.
Like you said.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please take it into the record. Hannah Burbage,
Ms. Burgess, with whom are you employed?
the Greenville County Department of Public Safety in the Forensic DNA Lab.
And what do you do in the forensic DNA lab?
I'm a DNA analyst.
And what is a DNA analyst?
So a DNA analyst, we examine items of evidence for profiles and then compare them to any references provided.
Can you give us a background and employment history and education?
I have a bachelor's in forensic science from Western Carolina University, and I have been employed here about 4.5 years.
And can you tell this jury more specifically, what are your duties and roles in the forensic DNA lab?
So before I became a DNA analyst, I started out as their serologist. So serology is basically examining items of evidence for suspected body fluids, such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as we can kind of find out who might have worn an item or handled an item, and then taking samples forward for DNA analysis. And then once those samples go forward for DNA analysis, the analyst will perform analysis, get the profiles, compare them, and then we write up reports.
Okay, and where is all of this conducted?
At the DNA lab?
And is the DNA lab here in Greenville?
Yes.
All right. And how long has the DNA lab been in existence?
I believe it was opened in 2011.
And so when you get a sample that you want to be tested, tell this jury how that process works.
So an investigator has to request the DNA to be done. So they fill out a form and what evidence they would like processed. I then review any documentation for that particular case, such as incident reports, crime scene reports, as well as the DNA request and any evidence collected. Once I kind of have an idea of what evidence needs to be processed and what needs to be done on those items. So am I looking for suspected body fluids, or am I processing it in a different way? Then I will request evidence from our prosecution, which is the location that stores all evidence from crime scenes. They will then get the evidence together that I need. I will go to that location there at the law enforcement center, pick up the evidence from them, and bring it back to the DNA lab, which is a secure facility and accessed by key card only. Before processing, I wear personal protective equipment, so a lab coat, gloves, face mask. I clean my workbench as well as any tools I'm going to be using with 10% bleach. I process one item at a time, and I always start with evidence items before processing reference items.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in serology before?
Yes.
How many times?
I believe about 6.
Your Honor, the state moves to be qualified Hannah Burbridge as an expert in serology.
No objection.
No objection. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've said with other expert witnesses, this particular witness will be qualified in the area of serology to give an opinion in that area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate.
Ms. Burbridge, I'm going to ask you, were you asked to assist in the performances of various DNA analysis in the case of Zachary Hughes?
So I only performed serology for this case. I did not do any DNA analysis.
Okay. Did you perform, but you did perform serology in this particular case?
Yes.
And so how did you, what was the first, how did you know to perform serology in this particular case?
The investigator requested DNA evidence to be processed
Okay. And how was that request made?
through a form, a DNA analysis request form.
And how do you receive that form?
So we have a digital system that keeps track of all evidence that's in property and evidence that I have access to. And there's a staging location for evidence that's been requested for DNA. And I review those requests through that. And that's how I'm notified, or investigators can request to talk to us about cases.
And when you get this request for whatever particular item of DNA, what do you do?
So as I said before, I review all documentation, including the incident report, crime scene reports, as well as the evidence list, to kind of get an understanding of the case and what evidence is requested and how I would process the evidence that's requested.
And then do you physically go down to property and evidence and obtain that evidence, obtain it?
Yes.
And then what do you do with it once it's in your possession?
It's brought back to the DNA lab, which, as I said before, is a secure location.
I'm going to show you what's marked as state's exhibits 96 and 97. Ask if you recognize these.
Yes.
And on here, on state's 97, is that your initials right there?
Yes.
And did you go to property and evidence and obtain these particular pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And what are they?
Case item number KF-AU1 became our item number 10, which is a sealed package containing buccal swab from Christina Parcell.
Okay, and so you said your item number 10. Explain to the jury how that happens.
So whenever we receive evidence, we label them just to kind of keep track in our system of each item.
And so when you had the request to get the DNA and you went down to property and evidence, how did you do that?
So we drive to property and evidence, which is located at the law enforcement center, and they will provide me with the evidence. It's usually scanned into my custody through our digital barcoding system, which is a digital chain of custody.
And once you receive the evidence, do you inspect it?
Once I'm back at the lab and ready to begin processing the evidence, I will be inspecting it.
And what are you inspecting it for?
To ensure that it's the correct items as well as everything is sealed and labeled properly.
Did you inspect these two particular items as well?
Yes.
And was there anything significant that you saw about whether they had been tampered with or not?
No.
Did you inspect them to see if they were properly sealed?
Yes.
And was there any issue that you noted on any reports regarding those samples?
I have no notes regarding any issues with the evidence.
If there was something that brought to your attention, would you note that?
Yes, I would document it as well as notify my supervisor immediately.
And would you be able to use it in testing if there was an issue or a contamination or an improper sealing?
Typically, we would not process anything that has not been sealed.
And were these two items sealed properly?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And is that your initials on there?
Yes.
And would that be when you retrieved it from property and evidence?
So typically when I label evidence, that is the day that I'm actually processing it. When I initially am going to open the evidence, I will label it with our lab number, our unique item number, my initials, and the date that I'm processing it.
And did you retrieve this evidence from property and evidence
Yes.
here in Greenville?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, did you notice any improper sealing or tampering with the item?
No.
And if you had, would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
And before I ask you that, on the prior exhibit, did you make it a new DNA number or a new DNA item?
Yes. So originally case item number BW-A became our item number 11, which was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Michael Manigal.
All right, now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 100.
Okay. Case item number KF-N1 became our item number 12, a sealed package containing buccal swab from Zachary Hughes. This is the one that I processed.
Okay, so that would be what item number?
Originally, case item KF-N1 became our item 12. This is a second buccal swab, was labeled as a different item number.
What item number was that?
KF-N2.
Now, did you retrieve this from property and evidence?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, how did you find it?
It was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you notice that had it been tampered with?
No.
Had there been any issue with the sealing that you noticed?
No.
So in your inspection, was it properly sealed?
Yes.
And where did you take the sample?
At the DNA lab.
If you recognize these.
Yes.
And what are these?
So case item number KF-AU9 became our item 2, which was a sealed package containing fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. And then case item number KF-AU10 became our number item 3, which was a sealed package containing fingernail clippings from victim's left hand.
Did you collect this from the Greenville County Property and Evidence?
Yes.
And do you recall how, when you obtained these items, what condition they were in?
They were sealed.
See, you guys, DNA always does it. It's always how they get caught. Well, that or video.
Any issues with them being marked, open, contaminated, or anything like that?
No.
I'll show you States Exhibits 98 and 99.
Excuse me. Case item number KF-32A became our item number 5, and it is a sealed package containing swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle. And then case item KF-32B became our item number 6, a sealed package containing swab from left handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
And did you retrieve those from the Greenville County Property and Evidence here in Greenville?
Yes.
And did you notice any issues when you received it from DNA?
No.
Was there any tampering with these items?
They were sealed.
They were sealed properly.
Yes.
So once you get these items back to the DNA lab, what do you do with them?
So they are stored until I'm ready to begin processing. And then, as I said before, once I am ready to begin processing, I'll put on my PPE, clean my work area, and then open one item at a time for processing. Once I'm done taking either testing or taking samples from that item, I'll seal it back up and then move on to the next item. I work all evidence items first before references. Any samples that I take are given their own unique item number and barcode number to maintain chain of custody, and then those items are stored in the freezer until the DNA analyst is ready to begin processing.
Okay, so I'm going to refer you to your reference number 2A and 3A, clippings of right hand, which is 2A. What did you, testing did you perform on those? Or not testing, what, the right word. Did you take any swabs of it?
Yes, so for item 2, the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand, observation revealed 4 pink fake nails. A swab of the tips of the fingernail clippings were taken for DNA analysis as item 2A. So the actual nails, I swabbed the tips of them, and then those swabs became item 2A, which were forwarded for DNA analysis.
And did you do that with your item 3A, the left hand?
Yes, so item 3, the fingernail clippings from the victim's left hand, observation revealed 5 pink fake nails, and a swab of the tips of the fingernail clippings were taken for DNA analysis as item 3A.
So tell this jury, so when you get these items out, how are you dressed in order to avoid contamination? Literally, what do you do?
I'm wearing a lab coat, a face mask, and gloves. I change my gloves frequently, as well as cleaning my surface area, any tools that I'm using, and I clean in between items and cases.
And then how do you swab these items?
So for certain items, we're going to take a wet swab. So it's a swab. It looks like a Q-tip, kind of like a long Q-tip. And we will lightly wet it with deionized water and then proceed to actually swab the areas that I'm intending to swab. And this helps pick up any skin cells that might be present in that particular area.
And did you swab the your 2A clippings of the right hand of the victim?
That's what I created, the swabs, item 2A.
And then where do you place that swab?
They're placed in DNA Freezer 1, which is where the DNA analyst will then pick them up from.
And what about your items 5A and 6A, the handlebars of the bike, right and left side?
So item 5, the swab from the right handle brake of black Kona bicycle, since that was already a swab, I am just taking a portion of that. So I literally cut a portion of that swab, place that sample into a tube, and that gets labeled as item 5A and forwarded for DNA analysis. And then item 6, the swab from the left handle brake, I did the same thing. That gets taken a sample forward as item 6A.
And did you put that in a secure storage location?
Yes, those would have been stored in DNA Freezer 1 as well.
Now, in regards to your, what I'll call them knowns, which would be your 10A, 11A, and 12A, 10A being the victim's known, Michael Manigault's known being your 11A, and Zachary Hughes's being your known 12A. How do you process the knowns?
So as I said before, the knowns are processed last because they're reference items. They're swabs. Buccal swabs are swabs from the inside of your cheek. So they're direct DNA references taken from that specific person, and that's what's used to compare to evidence items. So I would process them the same way by opening one at a time. Since it's a swab, I'm taking a portion of that swab, putting it in a tube and labeling that as its own unique item number. So for item 10, buccal swab from Christina Parcell, a sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 10A. Item 11, a buccal swab from Michael Manigault, a sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 11A. And buccal swab from Zachary Hughes, which was originally item 12, a sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 12A. And then those would have been stored in the freezer as well.
So how do you take a sample?
I'm literally cutting the swab with scissors, clean scissors.
Now, is this done at a different time than the sort of the suspect, the unknown swabs?
Yes, the evidence items I'm processing first, and then reference items are processed last. So they're separated by time and space from the evidence items.
How much time and space?
Typically, it could be a few minutes to an hour. It just depends on when I'm actually processing the evidence.
And then in between, are y'all cleaning?
Yes, I clean in between each item.
Your Honor, state moves 96 and 97 in, 111, 100, 95, 94, 99, and 98.
Your Honor, I object to the introduction of all these exhibits pursuant to Rule 901. The state has failed to adequately establish a chain of custody, failed to authenticate it. That would be our objection.
Your objection is noted for the record, overruled, consistent with state Hatcher, Trap, and other cases. Anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. We feel the chain under those cases has been met. All of the swabs were taken by witnesses that have already testified. They all testified they put it in the property and evidence. Ms. Burbidge just testified that she received it from property evidence in a good condition, non-contaminated condition that she could use and be able to analyze.
And I think the state can. But your objection is noted for the record.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, Ms. Burbidge, who actually did the DNA testing in this?
Tim Knopfsager.
All right. And would he have handled other items? Would he have gone and gotten other items from property and evidence?
I would have to refer to the chain of custody. Occasionally I will pick up additional items later on for additional testing, but I don't actually open them and take samples. For instance, if reference items are submitted later on, I may pick them up from property and evidence with my other evidence, but the analyst can cut it and take it forward for analysis on their own, and the chain of custody would reflect this.
Do you recall taking any other pieces of evidence from property and evidence to the DNA lab?
I have about 30, almost 30 items that I have processed for this case.
Can you check your notes? And did you take references to John Mello, Brad Post, and Alex Fields?
I did not process those.
So you didn't cut the little ends and put it and have it ready for DNA on those three?
No.
Your Honor, just for clarifications, I've got states 96, 97, 111, 100, 95, 94, 98, and 99. Into evidence. Okay, your objection.
Just to be clear, Your Honor, I'm sorry. So Mr. Weapons references, those are already in evidence.
That's correct. I'm just crossing with you, double checking. Those are the ones we discussed and then we're putting it out.
For the record, make sure it is absolutely clear, 96, 97, 111, 100, 94, 95, 98, and 99 are all in the evidence. And your objections, no.
Thank you.
All right. And I've already referenced cases.
That's all the state has, Your Honor.
Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state's calls Tim Nassinger.
The record?
Timothy Knopfziger Jr.
Mr. Nassinger, who are you employed?
I work for the Greenville County Department of Public Safety in the Forensic DNA Lab.
And what do you do for the forensic DNA?
I'm the DNA technical leader.
And what does that mean?
So I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations, and I also am a DNA analyst and work casework as well.
You in charge?
Yes, sir.
What is, do you get a special title or anything?
DNA technical leader. That's what it is.
So as the DNA technical leader, what are your main job duties?
So like I said, I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations. I oversee casework. I do casework myself.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been in that position about 1.5 years.
And how long have you worked at the lab?
I've worked at the lab for about 11.5 years.
Before that, were you in the DNA world?
This is my first job in forensic DNA.
Tell us a little bit about your background and history.
So I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Clemson University, a master's degree in entomology from Auburn University. And when I was employed here, I started as a serologist, and I was trained in all the methods that we use in the lab. I also then was trained in DNA analysis methods, became a DNA analyst, and then eventually was promoted to DNA technical leader.
And tell us a little bit about the training that you go through.
So we do a system where we have mock evidence that we put, mock samples. There's a written exam. There are we do mock cases, and then we do a competency exam as well. Also, twice a year, we do proficiency testing, which are cases that are provided to us from an outside company that we don't know the answers to. We have to test them, give them back our answers, and they make sure we got the right answers.
About how many DNA samples have you tested?
From including my serology, I've worked several thousand items of evidence over my career.
And tell us a little bit about the lab. When was it established, and how did that happen?
So the lab first began working cases in 2011.
And to be established as a DNA lab, you have to get certified.
Yes, so we're an accredited lab. We're accredited through an organization called ANAB. We're under the standards, the ISO 17025 standards, and the FBI's quality assurance standards.
And are y'all reaccredited every year?
We undergo some level of an audit every year. Our full reaccreditation audits are every 4 years.
And are y'all currently accredited?
We are.
Have you always been accredited?
Yes.
And are there, we'll call them spot checks on where folks come in and kind of make sure you're doing everything correctly?
That's correct. We have, when we undergo an audit, these are outside people who come in and look at all our stuff. They look at our policies or procedures. They observe people working in the lab. They take a representative sample of cases and look through all our case files, our methods, our results to see if they can find any issues while comparing it with the standards that we have to follow.
And have y'all always got a good grade on all that?
Yes, we've passed every audit.
Now, did you do any prep work in this particular case?
With any case like this, typically we're having to look into the case details to determine what the best avenue of testing the evidence is, depending on the type of evidence, what we're looking for in a case.
Did you retrieve any items from the property and evidence for processing?
Most of the items I tested were prepared by our serologists in the lab. I did pick up 3 references.
All right.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a buccal swab from John Mello.
And how did you obtain this item?
I would have received it from our property and evidence department.
And for the same way that Ms. Burbage just testified to?
That's right.
And when you obtained this item, how did it appear to you?
So whenever I pick up evidence items, I check the packaging, make sure everything is properly sealed and labeled, and it was.
Was there any tampering or any kind of cuts on the items before
No.
you took it back? And if there was, would you have noticed that?
I would have.
And would you have documented that?
I would have.
And would you have tested it otherwise?
Most likely not.
And what is this? What is John Mello swab? Your reference number now?
So I gave it, our item number is item 27.
27. Just get you to identify that.
Yes, this is a sealed package containing buccal swab from Bradley Post. This is this one you've handed me is DHE1. The one I tested was you handed me DH-E2. The one I tested was DH-E1.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, I recognize this. This is our item 25, sealed package containing buccal swab from Post Bradley.
And did you collect this piece?
I obtained it I got it from our property and evidence department.
And when you retrieved it, did you inspect it?
Yes, I did.
And was it properly sealed?
It was.
And if it wasn't properly sealed, would you have noticed that?
Yes, I would have.
And would you have noted that in your documents?
I would have.
And would you have tested it?
No.
And finally, State's Exhibit 181. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
So this is a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields, case item number JDS1.
And did you retrieve that from property and evidence?
I did.
And was it properly sealed?
Yes, it was.
Our state moves items 11, 181, and 101.
I would object to citing 901 and say that property samples changes.
Your objection is noted for the record. I overrule and consistent with the cases of Patcher
You have exhibit 11, correct?
11, 181, and 101
Thank you.
are admitted into evidence.
All right, Mr. Nafziger, I don't think I've moved to qualify you as an expert yet. Your Honor, I moved to qualify Mr. Nafziger as an expert
Your man inquires what the field is.
in DNA analysis.
No objection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said with other experts, this witness will be qualified to testify in the area of DNA analysis, and he can give his opinion in that area. However, it does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is an evidence for you to consider and use in any way you see fit, and give it the weight and credibility that you feel is appropriate. You can consider it.
So, Mr. Nafziger, tell us how you analyzed the items that you just referenced and the ones that in general, and that Ms. Burbage referenced as well.
So there's 4 basic steps to DNA analysis. So first is called extraction. We have to basically break the cells open and get the DNA out of the cells. And then we have to do a process called quantification, which is where we simply find out how much DNA is present in the sample. Then we do a process called amplification, which is where we make lots of copies of specific areas of DNA. And then we put those copies onto our genetic analyzer, which then produces a DNA profile. Then we have to interpret the DNA profile. DNA is a comparison science. The only way we can know whose DNA is present on an evidence item is if we have a known sample, such as a buccal swab, to compare to it.
Now, Ms. Burbage testified about taking clippings and swabs. Are those the items that you tested? No.
Yes, they are.
All right. And so I'm going to go over, tell this jury the knowns that you tested in your reference item.
So I did a total of 6 reference items. Item 10A was a sample of buccal swab from Christina Parcell. Item 11A was sample of buccal swab from Michael Manigault. Item 12A was sample of buccal swab from Zachary Hughes. Item 25 was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Bradley Post. Item 26 was a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields. And item 27 was a sealed package containing buccal swab from John Mello.
All right. So tell us, what is a known? What is a reference sample?
So a reference sample is just a known sample of somebody's DNA. That's so that we can compare the profile that we get from that reference sample to whatever we find on the evidence.
And then those reference numbers that I'm referring to, are those just the numbers that you refer to in your report?
That's right.
And then you generate a report describing your findings?
That's right.
And then what do you call the items that you're trying to see if there's DNA matching to them?
So we'll call those questioned items because we don't know what we're going to find on them when we go to test them.
All right. And so in this case, what question items did you compare to? Compare the reference items to?
Well, I did quite a few items,
yeah.
a lot of them.
Okay, let's talk about it. So about how many items do you think that you tested in this particular case?
Let me check my report.
And you can give an estimation.
More than 20, it looks like.
And so I'm going to refer you to your reference items 2A and, I'm sorry, 5A and 6A. Can you tell the jury what those items are?
So item 5A is sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle. And item 6A is sample of swab from left handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
Okay. And so just give another general description. In the lab, you've got, and this is 5A and 6A, the swabs of the black Kona bicycle. It is just a clipping of that swab that you're using.
That's correct.
And that is the swab that that Hannah Burbage process or prepared for you.
That's correct.
All right, and where did you get that swab from?
I got it from DNA Freezer 1 in the DNA lab.
And is that a secure location?
It is. The entire DNA lab is secure with only key card access, only accessible by the people who work there, and there's an alarm system.
And what measures do you instill to make sure that there's no cross-contamination from the reference samples?
So when I'm doing my extractions, the questioned items are extracted at a separate time and space than the known samples. So when I'm handling the questioned items, I have not handled any of the reference items yet. And so anytime I'm doing my processes manually, I'm only having one tube open at a time, and I'm only working question items, and then later I work the reference items. Later on, some of our processes involve robotics, and all our robotics have passed extensive validation tests that have also been audited when we get audited. And a part of those validation processes are contamination assessments, where we basically set it up to try to force it to contaminate and set up where we would very easily see if it did, and they've always passed.
And so do y'all have sort of safety measurements in place inside the lab to make sure there's no contamination or other issues arising out of the testing?
Yes. So in addition to those precautions, I'm obviously wearing protective equipment. So I've got a mask, gloves, a lab coat, change my gloves frequently. We also work with controls. So with every extraction batch, I have what's basically called a reagent blank, which is just an empty tube that I do everything to it, the same thing I'm doing to all the other samples, and I run it just like all the other samples to see if anything shows up in there, because we would see it if some DNA is being transferred between samples.
And do y'all have a peer review system?
We do.
And how does that work?
So we do 2 reviews. We have a technical review and an administrative review, and the main point of the review is another analyst who's fully qualified to do the same processes that I did, goes through and looks at all of my data, essentially reinterprets everything, makes sure they agree with all my conclusions, that they don't find any issues with what I did, and no report is released until it passes review.
So in reference to 5A handlebar, right handlebar conobite, in reference to 6A left handlebar of the conobite, did you compare that swab to your nose in this particular case?
I did.
And what was your conclusions of that?
So for item 5A, which was a sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle, my findings were the DNA obtained from item 5A is a mixture of a major male individual and at least one trace contributor. The major contributor matches the DNA of Zachary Hughes. A match between the DNA result of item 5A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 2 septillion times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Upon establishing Zachary Hughes as a contributor to this mixture based on the match statistics, Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors to the DNA obtained from item 5A. Due to limited data of the remaining alleles, there is no statistical support for an inclusion or exclusion between item 5A and Christina Parcell.
So what does that last part mean, inclusion or exclusion of Christina Parcell?
It basically means no conclusive determination can be made for this individual.
So now I'm going to refer you to your items 2A and 3A, 2A being the clippings of the right hand of Christina Parcell. Did you have the, I'm sorry, go ahead. I was just going to ask him if he compared that to the known references.
So I had items 2A and 3A. 2A was a swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. Item 3A was swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's left hand. Item 3A, PCR procedures for autosomal DNA analysis were not performed on item 3A due to the presence of large amounts of total DNA compared to male-specific Y chromosomal DNA. that is a case, basically, when we do our quant, or when we see how much DNA is there, we can see how much, in situations like this, we can see how much female DNA is present versus how much male DNA is present. And if it's too little, the next processes won't show up the male contributor because there's just too much female DNA. It's kind of like trying to hear your phone ring in a rock concert. It just gets overwhelmed. So at that point, we stopped with that sample.
So you're referring to the clippings of the left hand?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, and for reference, the items that you're dealing with are literally swabs. They're very tiny.
That's right.
All right. And so, did you have the occasion to test the clippings from Christina Parcell's right hand, which is your reference item 2A, to the knowns?
Yes, I did. So for item 5A, or I'm sorry, for item 2A, swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. My findings
Your
were.
Honor, I'm going to object to Rule 403. It's our position that says no probative value based on their inability to properly establish chain pursuant to that.
Your objection is noted for the record.
Good again. So
And
did
just for the record, I find that Rule 403 is extremely probative and substantially outweighs any other prejudice. That your objection is noted on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'll refer you back to clippings of the right hand 2A.
Yes.
And compared to our known references there.
So the DNA obtained from item 2A is a mixture of at least two individuals, a major female and a minor male. Assuming Christina Parcell is the major contributor to this mixture based on this being an intimate sample, a match between the minor DNA result of item 2A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 825 million times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors to the DNA obtained from item 2A.
So did you just tell this jury that Zachary Hughes's DNA is 825 million times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual located under Christina Parcell's fingernails?
So what that stat means is it's called a likelihood ratio. And basically we're looking at two hypotheses as an explanation for the evidence profile that we find in the sample. So for every comparison, and we compared all the people to it, for every comparison, the first hypothesis is that this person's DNA is the best explanation for what we found on the evidence. And the other hypothesis is that it's somebody else in the random unrelated population. And so we're able to do statistics on this. And so it's kind of like sort of a seesaw effect. So when you have, for example, I read an inconclusive one recently, that's where it's kind of balanced, like it's not really tilting one way or another. If it's an exclusion, it means it's tilting toward someone in the random population is a better hypothesis to explain the evidence. And when it tilts the other way, which it did in this case, that's giving strong support for the hypothesis that that person's DNA is the best explanation for the evidence.
So what is the lowest probability standard that you would be permitted to report?
Per our lab policy, the lowest we'll report is a match score of 1,000.
And this one was 825 million?
That's correct.
Please answer any questions, Defense Counsel.
All right, cross-examination.
Chair, I don't have any questions.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Who has that? Louise said, I wonder what Owen's up to these days. And I said, he's avoiding Sarah's correspondence. And Mark said, no, he's finalizing his script for his movie. I totally forgot about his movie. Let's hope that Margaret's not getting his phone calls. Like she's having to dodge when Sarah calls because she's got to answer the office phone, right? But I'm thinking maybe they have caller ID. Okay, we have one more witness coming up here for the state, and then we're going into the defense's opening statements, and then their only witness, which is you know who. So here we are. This is day 5 right here. And thank you so much, Nick, for the coffee. I appreciate it. I was running low. You know, I got to get my Dunkin' Donuts in every now and then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that y'all had a nice rest and break. As I've indicated before, I do need to ask you, has anyone seen anything on news, done any kind of investigation, found out anything about this case? Okay. No one from the jury has indicated they have done such. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's our turn. Mr. Moore and I have been waiting for a long while to be at this point. I was going to say it's been a week, but it's been longer than a week. It's been years. Our client, Zach Hughes, has been waiting for a lot longer than that. He's been waiting over 3 years, some 3 years and 3 months. As Mr. Mormon told you at the outset of this case, we are honored and privileged to be representing Zach. You're going to hear about Zach in the next day or two. You're going to hear that he's a very gifted and accomplished young man. He is 32 years old now. He was 29 when this happened. He's from a wonderful family. You've probably seen them seated back here in the courtroom throughout this trial so far. You're going to hear a little bit about his life. He was born in California. When he was still a boy, his parents took Zach and his brother, moved him to southwestern Virginia, where they moved into a small farm, and then they took on 5 orphan children who lived there with them. And you can hear that Zach was homeschooled. He learned the value of hard work and discipline as he grew up around the family farm. He helped his young siblings. His family moved to Greenville when Zach was a teenager. In Greenville, he finished high school, being homeschooled still. And you'll hear that his hard work and his discipline paid off, and he was accepted into a very fine college with scholarships. He went on where he studied music, and he won piano competitions. His emphasis was on piano performance. As an adult, Zach has had an accomplished career performing classical music and even recording classical music. So this is the time now for our case and for Zach to testify. But understand, ladies and gentlemen, that we have no obligation under the law or the Constitution to be doing this. This case actually could be over when the state rested. The state has the burden of proof of proving this case in every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. We would not have to put up anybody. Zach wouldn't have to testify. Wouldn't have to put up any witnesses. In fact, if Zach were not here, his honor would instruct you that you couldn't use that against him. But we are going to do so. And Zach is going to testify because Zach has been waiting for this opportunity to tell a group of people like you what really happened, which is that he took the life of Christina Parcell. And crucially, he's been waiting and wanting to tell you why. Now, the why to a case like this is very important because it goes to the heart of the matter, and that is malice. Okay, malice is what makes a homicide a murder. And we heard from that from the prosecution's opening, as you recall. The prosecution said that Zach was mad. They said he had an angry heart, that he wanted to inject himself into this custody dispute of somebody he knew. But that's not why it happened. And that is not what you were going to hear about why this happened. Now, as we turn to our case now, it's important to realize that we could have handled this case extremely differently. Okay,
We could have attacked the sufficiency of the state's case. We could have brought in an expert to talk about the DNA, okay? We didn't do that. We could have challenged the identification evidence. And I want you to consider the professional from law enforcement, from the state law enforcement division, who testified about the enhancement that they did on the videos and the photographs, and how they were able to use this fancy technology to enhance and to account for the differences between sunlight and shadow and the distance. And after all of that, and after all of the technical work that was done, the conclusion was that the guy on the bicycle was 6'5", a big guy like him. Well, as you probably noticed, and as you will see, Zach is shorter than I am. On a good day, I'm 10 foot. I'm 6 foot, 5 foot 10 inches. Okay, he's shorter than I am. Consider the other professional. There's one who spent a great deal of time looking at the enhancement of the person on the bicycle. And after all that time, what was that conclusion? That this person had a beard, has to be a man. And they enlarged it, and they used, again, all of that technical information to take a look at it. This guy had a beard. This is before they had any suspects. Well, what do we know about Zach and what we learned about Zach? He was clean shaven. We know that from a couple of days prior, and we know that from a couple of days after. We could have attacked that. We could have attacked the identification from the neighbor. As you remember, a neighbor, after 3 years, came into court, and all of a sudden, after 3 years, was able to identify the man whose picture had been on television for the past 3 years. Had never told anybody even that she could identify somebody. And this was somewhere between 8 and 8:15 in the morning. And what you're going to find, ladies and gentlemen, is that couldn't have happened because the person on that bicycle was not even in that neighborhood for at least an hour to an hour and 15 minutes later. But we didn't attack that. We could have done that, and we could have made mountains of objections throughout this trial. And as you heard, we made very few, and we did not do it. And why is that? Because Zach wants to take the stand and tell you what happened. Now, the prosecution has told you that they will prove this malice in this case by showing you that Zach was mad, that he was angry. And malice is a key part of this case because malice is the very essence of the definition of murder. Okay, so what is murder? Murder is the killing of somebody with malice aforethought. And what is malice? The prosecution told you it's anger, that is madness, and that is a component of it. The definition, though, it is the killing of a person without just cause or excuse. The intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. And I want you to think about those words, that definition, as you listen to the testimony that you're about to hear in this case. The why to the homicide is very important because it gives insight into the person's heart. In this case, you were going to hear that the why was not jealousy or greed or a crime of passion or some other emotion. You're going to hear that Zach did not act like an angry heart like the prosecutor conjectured. You're going to hear that this was not done for money or any other personal gain or benefit, not to help out any kind of friend. You're going to hear that this was done for a just cause. And that's not malice, and that's not murder. Thank you.
All right. You guys ready for this? This is the infamous witness, the defendant, coming up to the stand here in just a few moments. I kind of wonder if the lawyer knew he was going to do it. The lawyer has to tell him not to do it, but he can't keep him from doing it. Speaking out like he did about the victim, as the judge told them not to do. Oh, I guess I should explain that one last time. I'm going to pause this for just a second while I do that. So the judge has ruled that there could be no discussion involving the victim's alleged abuse of her child, nor her boyfriend's alleged abuse of her child. And that's what's tough. And I do find that to be a tough call, that they didn't allow that in. I guess I understand why. I don't know though. It's again, you're leaving out the facts. You're opening up what I think is just, I don't know. They had, I'm trying to get it out. They had evidence that that was going on. So it's hard for me to understand why they left it out of the court. But if anybody disagrees with me, tell me why you think it is, because I just, that's just my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer. So
The witness is just making a phone call. Have you break that?
Oh, they do have one witness? Oh, that's
Ladies and
right.
gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a moment, and then I will be back with you. I really want to also thank you just for your patience. We've had a lot of legal issues that I've had to take up with the attorneys, okay? So I will be back with you shortly.
They're calling, the defense is going to call to the stand the gentleman who was previously on the stand. He was investigator. He was a child crimes investigator. But he's going to have to tiptoe very lightly around this. So JPC says it's too prejudicial emotionally, and Zach has zero knowledge of the. Yeah, he didn't have definite knowledge.
Okay, welcome back. I would have kept you in here if I had gotten knew I was going to get my answer so quickly. It is 12 o'clock. I'm going to ask that y'all return at 1:30. We're going to take a break. Enjoy your.
They did it. Okay, so law enforcement did not have proof of what happened until after she was unalived. They found it on her boyfriend's phone at that point.
Lunch, and then we will pick up at that point. Again, I remind you of everything that I've admonished you about before, and do not begin any kind of deliberation or discussions about this case. Okay, so we'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
That's a good point. Juries cannot determine guilt or innocence using emotions.
Hey, welcome back. Again, I ask, has anyone heard, done any research or anything concerning this from any media outlet? Vote with note for the record. Jury indicates absolutely not. Yes.
May it please the court, defense would call Investigator Dan Dell.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Bevel.
Investigator Bevel, you were called in the state's case in chief. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding is it correct that you began working for the sheriff's office, Greenville County Sheriff's Office, roughly in 2012? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've got a bachelor's degree from Troy University. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified about this previously, but briefly tell this jury what units you have served in the sheriff's office.
I started in patrol from 2012 to 2017. That's your standard uniform patrol deputies answering 911 calls, any kind of call for service. After that, I went to specialized investigations from 2017 on to, in there, I went to the Crimes Against Children unit from 2017 to 2019. That's any kind of child abuse, child neglect, child sex crimes. Then after that, 2019 to 2023, I went to the Internet Crimes Against Children unit. That's any kind of child exploitation.
Investigator Bevel, you talked about your time in the Crimes Against Children unit. When you're in a specific unit within the sheriff's office, do you receive specialized training associated with that type of unit?
Yes, sir.
Right? And so when you were on the road in uniform patrol, did you receive specialized training related to that?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in the unit of the Crimes Against Children, did you receive specialized training in that discipline?
Yes, sir.
And let me show you. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 65. Just take a look at this for identification only.
Yes, sir.
Investigative Mello, for example, that is the report you drafted for the purpose of the harassment investigation. Is that correct?
It is, sir.
And so this is the kind of report you would draft depending on what investigation you were conducting or what tasks you were performing with the sheriff's office.
That's correct.
As an investigator, are you familiar with a phrase called the lead investigator?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the lead investigator is just that the investigator on a case who is ultimately responsible for the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, Investigator Sparkman would be deemed or likely be the lead investigator. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you also the lead investigator in another case in connection with this case? Let me ask it a different way. On October the 19th, 2021, did you become the lead investigator in another case?
Objection.
State your objection.
Objection, this is going to fall under your previous ruling.
Okay. I will sustain the objection.
Okay. Your Honor, due to Your Honor's previous order with the restriction, I'm going to move on, and I'm going to move on. Investigator Bevel, you testified, as you said, in the state's case in chief, and that was just last week, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I would imagine you're still familiar with your testimony in the state's case in chief.
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about that testimony. And specifically, I want to refer to a specific portion of it. Do you remember during your direct examination, you testified about mailers and the contents of mailers that you had been provided in the early summer and through the summer of 2021? Do you remember that testimony?
I believe so. Are you referring to the mailers as what I was given by Postman Parcell?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you testified that those mailers had nude photographs of Christina Parcell in those mailers. Is that correct? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I've got a transcript. I want to ask you specifically about this exchange. Do you remember being asked by Mr. Wilkins, when you first got these photos, let me back up. Do you remember testifying about the fact there was a website listed on the photographs? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you about questions about different fonts and different placement. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you this question? Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website on there? Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you testified, yes, sir. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, how'd you do that? And you testified, I just typed the address into one of our computers in the office. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, and what did you find? And you testified that the website no longer worked. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, so you put belladondigiorno.com escort site and put it in your computer, and you responded, yes, sir. Do you remember that?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And he asked you what happened, and you said, it just redirected me to another escort website. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then then he asked you, were any of those photos on that escort site? And remember, you testified no.
I'm sorry, I got an objection. Can I?
I'm almost done. I'm one more line.
I'm going to let him ask this question.
You remember Mr. Wilkins asked you, were any of those photos on that escort site? And you responded, no, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then just one more. Do you remember he asked you, were any pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? And you testified, no, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that in the harassment report that I just showed you, Defense Exhibit
Your Honor, I've got another objection I need to make. I need to just put it on the record.
Yeah, this is,
I'm sorry.
Judge does not look happy at all. He does not like where this attorney was going.
So again, let's pick up where we left off. I had reminded you of your testimony from last week, wherein you were asked the following about typing in this website. And you're asked what happened, and you testified it just redirected me to another escort website. Then you were asked, were any of those photos on that escort website? And you testified, no, sir. And then you were asked, which you previously testified to, were any of the pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? No, sir. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true in your report on the harassment allegations?
Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, he's an adverse witness, 611C. He testified for the state. He's a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office. I have every single right to lead him pursuant to a 611C.
Your Honor, he's their witness. They called him. In a direct examination.
Witness, I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right. Well, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 65 again. Look at this bottom paragraph. Would you please read what I have bracketed to the jury?
Yes, sir. I photographed the 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have a web address of http:// belladonna digiorno.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images, but were not in color.
So is it true, based on this report, that you were redirected to other websites that had the same images that were in those envelopes? Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Isn't that what you said in your report?
That's poorly worded on my part, but I meant the other envelopes. The same images were not in color.
What are you saying you meant?
The images that were in the other envelopes, not another website.
So didn't you say that you found these on the internet? Isn't that what you said in your report?
No, sir.
Tell me again what you said. Yeah, please read it again for the jury. Read it again.
Okay. It's okay if I go to the relevant part instead of
Yeah, I've got a bracket there.
Okay. Photographed 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One envelope, or it just says one contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have the web address of http://belladonnadigiorno.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images, but were in color. Now, like I explained, it's poor wording on my part, but I was referring to the other envelopes contained several of the same images, but they were in color. I wasn't referring to another website.
And in your report, you don't distinguish between envelopes and websites, do you?
Like I said, it was just poor wording, but I was referring to just other envelopes had the same images, just in color.
And isn't it true that it is very possible that those images could have been online and just taken down the time you tried to look at them? Isn't that true?
In another website, is that what you're referring? Yes, sir.
One second. Those are all the questions I would ask Investigative Bevel in this context. Yeah, I don't have anything further on the examination.
Okay, please, Corey, briefly. Did you ever find naked photos of Christina Parcell on the internet when you checked?
No, sir.
It's because it didn't exist that you could find.
Not that I could find.
No further questions.
Yes, can I please get a metaphor? What? A toothpaste. What kind of Oh, opening doors. Toothpaste.
Your Honor,
Jams.
There is, Your Honor, pursuant to your previous ruling, I would like to present some information in the absence of the jury.
Which means we can't hear it. Because the judges ruled that anything that the jury can't see, neither can the media report or show on. Did the defense attorney not get a copy of that report? I don't know, honey. Here we go. This is going to be the witness, the defendant on the stand, what we've all been waiting for.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today has been a little bit of an unusual day just because there's been a lot of legal issues that I've had to go over with counsel, and I am grateful for your patience. As I've stated on numerous occasions, I thank you all for your service on behalf of the state of South Carolina. I thank you in Greenville County I'm going to allow y'all to break for the day. I'm going to ask that you come back at 9:30 in the morning.
Okay, my bad. I got to go to the next video. So this now, okay, so now we're on day 6, everyone. Going into day 6. Day 5 was weird. Very short.
Yes?
May it please the court, Your Honor, the defense calls Zach Hughes.
The defense calls Zachary Hughes the defendant.
Please state your name for the record.
Zachary David Hughes.
Zach, how old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
Are you married?
No.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I do.
Tell this jury about your brothers and sisters.
I have 5 brothers and sisters. One is my biological brother, Eli, and the rest are my adopted siblings.
At one point, did you have 6 siblings?
Yes, I did.
Talk about that in a minute. Where were you born?
I was born in San Luis Obispo, California.
Did you grow up in the entirety of your childhood in California?
No, I did not.
From California, where did you and your family move?
We moved to Southwest Virginia when I was 11.
While you were still living in California, did you discover that you had an aptitude for music?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did your mom or dad do by way of an instrument to help you learn how to play music?
When I was maybe 4 or 5, my dad found an old Gulbranson upright piano at a yard sale, and he bought it for, I think, $300 and rolled it down the street to our house. So I had an instrument to tinker on when I was young, even before I started piano lessons.
Describe, just in general to this jury, what was your, while you were in California and early on in Virginia, what was your home life like? What was it like to grow up in your house?
I had a great childhood. I have great parents. They raised my biological brother and I before we adopted in a Christian household. They taught us good values, the importance of good morals and service to others, and they supported me in every way imaginable, and I'm very grateful for them.
Zach, you may want to back up just a little bit from the microphone. I think you're getting just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Thanks. Describe for the jury, you talked about your Christian values in the household. Describe for the jury sort of the, early on at least, the connection between your parents supporting you playing music and the Christian dynamic in your family.
Yeah, originally when I was 9, my parents started me on piano lessons. Our pastor's daughter taught piano lessons, and my dad wanted me to play hymns and family devotions.
You testified earlier that you and your family moved to Virginia. Tell this jury where you and your family moved in Virginia.
It was a town called Abingdon. It's right next to Bristol, Virginia, which is known for the NASCAR Speedway.
Describe to the jury what your family's residence was like. Where did you live, and sort of describe that dynamic.
We moved to a small 3.5-acre farm. My parents liked the idea of raising some farm animals and giving my brother and I the opportunity to do physical work on a farm, and just the opportunity to be close to nature and grow up understanding the value of hard work.
In 2005, did your family grow beyond just you and your brother and your parents?
Yes.
Describe for the jury how your family grew in 2005.
The church we were a part of at a time really encouraged adoption, especially for families or couples who weren't able to have kids at that point in their life or at all. And as a result of this belief in the church that it was good to adopt, there were emails that would be passed around occasionally. And there was an email that was passed around with a photo of 5 Russian siblings who were up for adoption in Russia. And my family saw these photos, and our heart really went out to these kids. At first, we thought they were all boys because their heads were all shaven for lice, and they were all wearing sort of the same kind of clothes, hand-me-downs. But they were 3 girls and 2 boys. And after a lot of prayer and thought and discussion about it, we decided we wanted to adopt these kids because essentially if we didn't, who would?
So, just briefly, let's talk about these kids. How old was the oldest child at the time your parents adopted them?
She was 10.
What was her name?
Her Russian name was Yelena, but we gave all the kids American names. So her name was Grace when we adopted her.
So Grace was 10. How old was the youngest?
18 months.
We're going to come back to them in just a little bit. At some point, did you and your family move to South Carolina from Virginia?
Yes.
How old were you when your family moved to South Carolina from Virginia?
I believe I was either 15 or 16.
Where did you and your family move in South Carolina?
We moved to Travelers Rest in Greenville County.
During this time, describe for the jury what is going on in your music progression, your life as a musician, and how you're progressing.
Like I said, I started piano at 9, and when we moved to Virginia, I became increasingly more interested and motivated in it. So by the time I was, say, 14, 15, I was practicing on average 6 to 8 hours a day. We were homeschooled, so this allowed me to do this. And by the time we had moved to Travelers Rest, I was very convinced that I wanted to pursue music as a career.
You testified you were practicing a lot. During this time, did your father do anything to provide the rest of the family some peace while you were practicing so much?
Yes, I like to practice late into the night and into the early morning hours. So my dad actually built me a soundproofed room out in the garage so I could do this without waking the neighbors.
So as your musical capabilities improved and increased, while you were in high school, did you participate in any music festivals, specifically regional music festivals?
Yes, many.
Did you ever win a prestigious regional music festival?
Yes, several.
Describe to the jury what opportunity you were given in connection with the South Carolina Philharmonic Orchestra.
In 2011, I participated in a high school piano festival in Columbia, South Carolina at the University of South Carolina called the Southeastern Piano Festival. And part of this festival, there was an international concerto competition. A concerto is a piece for a solo instrument and orchestra. So in this case, solo piano with orchestra. And that was the Arthur Fraser International Piano Competition. And I was awarded first prize. And part of first prize was the opportunity at a later date to perform a full concerto with the South Carolina Philharmonic. And maybe a year later, we did Beethoven's Emperor Concerto.
You testified about high school and your progression as a musician in high school. I want to talk about college. When it came to go for you to go to college, Where did you apply to go to college?
I applied to 5 different conservatories in the country.
Were you accepted to any of those conservatories?
I was accepted to 3.
Where did you decide to go to college?
I went to the Juilliard School in Manhattan.
The year you applied, what percentage of applicants were granted admission to Juilliard?
I believe it was 7.2%.
And you were one of those musicians.
Yes.
When you were accepted, what, if any, inducements or incentives did Juilliard give you to attend their institution?
They offered me a generous financial aid package and a merit-based scholarship.
When did you begin your education at the Juilliard School?
I matriculated in the fall of 2011.
I want to talk about what you did while you were there. While you were at Juilliard, did you have an opportunity to participate in an international music festival?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about that.
There is an international music students festival in Kyoto, Japan, which is called I think the Rome Music Foundation sets it up. And they try to get music students from all over the world, from different countries. So they get a sampling of different countries, and they have a relationship with Juilliard. So an email was sent out to the student body asking if anyone wanted to participate, and I was selected to represent the States in Kyoto for this festival.
And so how many students from around the world participated in this festival?
Maybe 15 to 20.
And how many from America were selected to participate?
1.
And that was just you.
Yes.
Did you graduate from the Juilliard School?
Yes, I did.
When did you graduate?
In May of 2015.
And what was the degree you obtained upon graduation?
A bachelor's of music and piano performance.
Just briefly describe to the jury, after you graduated, what did you do in the music field for employment immediately upon graduation?
You know, with all of those accolades, I think they should just let him go. Just why is he even there? How dare them even bring him up on trial?
I did what a lot of conservatory graduates do who decide not to immediately pursue a higher degree. I did a lot of freelancing. I did some solo gigs, playing concerts. I did some accompanying. I taught some students. And I even took on some work in restaurants to supplement my income.
At some point, were you given the opportunity to be on staff with the Knoxville Symphony?
Yes, I was.
When did you receive, or when was that opportunity given to you?
I heard about the audition, that I heard that a spot had opened up for principal keyboardist in the Knoxville Symphony, and I heard about it 3 days beforehand. So last minute, I learned a bunch of excerpts and auditioned, and I was fortunate enough to get the job in 2017.
You talk about the principal pianist. Tell the jury what the principal pianist, what that title means and what your function was.
It is a principal keyboardist, so it's basically any instrument part in the orchestra that has a keyboard I would be playing. So it could be piano, harpsichord, synthesizer, celesta.
When did you begin your employment as the principal pianist for the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2017.
When did your employment end with the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2018.
What did you decide to do in 2018 that required you to leave the orchestra? or the symphony better?
I decided to enlist with the Marine Corps.
So you're a classically trained pianist. You have an opportunity with a symphony to perform with them, which is regular employment, and you decide to leave that and go serve your country in the Marine Corps. Is that correct?
Yes.
Describe to the jury why you decided to leave your job with the symphony to serve your country in the Marine Corps.
Since my sophomore year of college, it had been something I'd been thinking about, military service. And obviously there's a window of time that you're able to do that in as you get older. You hit age limits and so forth. And it had just always been something I was interested in, the service of others, service to others aspect of it. I felt like, in a sense, I owed a debt to my country and to do some military service. And I also wanted the opportunity to experience a difficult training environment. And I figured the Marines they had a reputation of being the hardest. So that's the branch I decided to go for.
What, if any, attributes of your childhood or the home environment as you grew up, what, if any, of those attributes played into your desire to join the Marine Corps?
I think the way my parents had always instilled in us a good work ethic and an important sense of just a moral duty to others, it seemed like a very good opportunity for me to further develop some of these things in myself.
You testified that initially you enlisted in the Marine Corps. Ultimately, did your journey continue as an enlisted person in the Marine Corps?
No.
Why not? Tell this jury.
I was speaking with my recruiter, and they ask you a lot of questions, just trying to figure out who you are and what aptitude you might have for different aspects of the service you're going for. And he found out that I had a college degree, which meant, unbeknownst to me, that I was eligible for officer candidate school. So as soon as they found that out, they tried to funnel me into, it's a different recruiting program, but they got me in touch with the officer selection officer and encouraged me to go the officer route.
During the selection process for officer candidate school, were you living in Tennessee at the time?
Yes, I was.
And briefly, if you would, describe for the jury during that period in Tennessee what the process was that was used for officer candidate school or OCS for selection.
It's a little different than recruiting. You have to go through a pretty rigorous selection process to even be invited to OCS. So you spend a lot of time with your OSO, or your officer selection officer, and it's their job to essentially train you up and get you ready so that you can pass the review board to get an invitation. So when I was living in Tennessee, I was doing a lot of training with him, preparing for this.
In Tennessee at the time, was there a board that also was tasked with reviewing applications for OCS?
Yes, there was.
And the cycle where you participated or your application was evaluated, do you know how many applicants the board authorized to go forward with OCS during that cycle?
One.
Was that your application?
Yes, it was.
Let's talk about OCS. At the time you began your journey in the Marine Corps, did Marine Corps personnel try to push you to a different area than you wanted to go to?
Yes, they did.
Describe to this jury what they asked you to do or what they wanted you to do.
As a recruiter, there are different boxes that I think you get bonuses in a certain sense if you can check, and one of those is the Marine Corps band. So when they found out I had a background as a pianist, they really tried to get me to join the Marine Corps band.
And when they asked you to join the Marine Corps band, what did you say?
I declined. That wasn't the reason I wanted to join. I wanted to experience a different side of life, and I was interested in infantry.
Let's talk about OCS. During officer candidate school and your time there, were there metrics that were used by OCS personnel to evaluate physical fitness?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what those metrics were.
There's something called the PFT, the physical fitness test, and it consists of 3 areas. It's pull-ups to failure, maximum crunches under 2 minutes, and a 3-mile timed run.
What's a perfect score on that?
You can get a maximum of 100 in each of the 3 areas, so a perfect score would be 300.
What was your score?
294.
Of course it was.
Ultimately, were you able to complete officer candidate school?
No, I was not.
Why were you not able to complete officer candidate school?
I was dropped after the 3rd week of officer candidate school due to level 3 stress fractures in both of my tibias.
So you had broken legs?
More or less.
At the time you were forced to leave officer candidate school, what percentage of the class were you in?
I was in the top 3%.
Do you remember how many members were in your OCS class at this time?
It was more than 400.
What does this have to do with anything?
When you left OCS, how did you leave it with the Marine Corps?
The CO of Quantico, which is where Marine Corps OCS is at, asked me to return. He essentially told me to go home, heal, retrain, and come back.
And we'll talk about this more, but ultimately, did you return?
No, I did not.
At this time, do you consider yourself a United States Marine?
No, I do not.
Why?
That's a title you have to earn, and since I haven't completed my training, I did not earn it.
After you suffered the fractures in your legs, where did you go to rehabilitate and to heal?
I went back to Traveler's Rest, where my family is, and I stayed with them while I was healing.
Wait a minute. Shin splints? That's all it was? Bob kidding. That's what he described was shin splints.
And just to put a time on this, is this approximately 2019? Is that right?
This is late January of 2019.
So now you're living with your family in Travelers Rest here in Greenville County. While you were living with your family and rehabilitating your legs, were you presented with an opportunity to play music?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what that opportunity was.
Through a series of mutual acquaintances, a woman by the name of Jeanette Wynn sent me an email and asked me if I would be willing to play an inaugural concert for their church. They had just received a gift of a very fine piano, and they wanted to have this concert sort of as a thank you to the donor and to show the congregation what it sounded like.
And so you were asked to perform using the gift of the piano that the church had received. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was your response to that invitation?
At first, I was inclined to say no because I was about 6 months out of practice. But the more I thought about it, it seemed like it would be a good thing to do while my legs were healing, so I accepted.
Describe to the jury, when did you play the inaugural concert on the piano on that field?
I believe it was in June of 2019.
Were you to be paid for the performance?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what the arrangement for the payment would be.
It was a flat fee honorarium for this one concert.
Wait, I thought it was for a charity, or did I miss something? So he had the charity pay him to play. He didn't donate his time.
And was the concert well received?
Yes, it was.
I want to talk about, just briefly, you mentioned Jeanette Wynn in your introduction to the Wynn family. You first met Jeanette Wynn and other members of the Wynn family in what year? Was it 2019?
In 2019, yes.
And over time, did you develop a friendship with the Wynn family?
Yes, I did.
While you developed this friendship, did you share with the Wynn family a long aspiration you had held in the music context?
Yes, I did.
Tell this jury what that aspiration was.
Growing up, Beethoven had always been my favorite composer and something of a personal hero. And in 2020, that was going to be the 250th birthday for him. So I had this dream that I really kind of put on the back burner when I was intending to go through OCS. Well, this dream of playing all 32 of his piano sonatas in a series of concerts. And in passing, I shared this with the Wynns.
And when you shared that aspiration you had with the Wynns, what was the reaction of the Wynns and their church members?
They were very enthusiastic about the idea.
And so their support of your dream, what effect did that have on your decision to go back to the United States Marine Corps?
Playing all of these sonatas is not something you can really just decide to do. You need a venue to present them at, so you need external support. And when I realized how enthusiastic the Wynns and their church congregation were about this, I realized that there was actually a real way to do this. So it presented me with a very difficult decision, whether to go back to OCS or whether to do this passion project of mine that I didn't think I was going to ever be able to do. And I eventually chose to do the Beethoven sonatas.
Let's talk about this project. You said 32 Beethoven sonatas.
Yes.
How many pages of music comprises the 32 sonatas?
It's over 600 pages.
If you played those from beginning to end, how long would it take to get through all 32 sonatas?
It depends how fast you go, but roughly 11 to 12 hours.
To your knowledge, how many people have been able to accomplish this endeavor?
I don't know the exact number. It's not many. It's something probably only a dozen or two pianists have ever recorded. As to how many pianists have actually done it, I don't know if there's a record of that.
So let's talk about what you did to prepare. We're in 2019. When was the first concert on this project? When was that? When were you to perform that concert? When was that scheduled?
In January of 2020.
Where was that going to be? Where was that performance going to take place?
At the Wynns Church.
To prepare for this inaugural concert, where were you living?
At first, I was living with my family, and at a certain point, the Wynns extended an invitation to me to live with them because they had a piano that I could practice on, and I think they wanted to hear me practice.
So let's talk about January of 2020. Did you have your inaugural concert for this project in January 2020?
Yes.
And where did you perform this concert?
At the Wynns Church.
Were you to be compensated for this concert series?
The concerts were donation-based, and the church and I had agreed to split the proceeds 50-50.
Did you perform that concert in January of 2020?
Yes, I did.
How was it received?
Very well.
What percentage of the project, meaning how many sonatas, did you perform in the first concert?
I played 3 sonatas in the first concert
When was the next concert?
in February of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the second concert?
I think 2
When was the third concert?
in March of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the March concert?
I believe 3.
Were you able to perform a fourth concert in April of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
COVID had happened, which was making public gatherings impossible at the time.
So up until April of 2020, if you had to guess, what percentage of the project were you able to complete in those 3 performances?
Maybe 1/5 to 1/4.
All right. During this time, were you working anywhere else to make a little extra money?
Yes, prior I had been working at Gianna downtown serving, and at some point I started working there again after COVID had happened. And I also took on some work with my dad, painting houses and laying brick.
So when the pandemic hit, did that put a complete end to your music performances?
For the time being, yes.
At some point, did you decide to perform outside during the pandemic?
Yes, I did.
What instrument did you use to conduct performances outside?
I saved up some money and bought what was the best electronic keyboard on the market at the time. And I needed something portable, and I also wanted something that would do justice to the pieces I was trying to play. So it was a Roland V piano.
Where did you, or how did you get the money to pay for the piano?
Through working with my dad.
So after you got the piano, did you begin to play music on the streets of downtown Greenville?
Yes, I applied for a performer's permit for public spaces, and then I started several times a week taking my keyboard downtown and playing these sonatas at various spots in downtown Greenville.
When did you start performing in downtown Greenville?
It would have been sometime in the summer of 2020.
Where were some of your most frequent locations where you perform music in downtown Greenville?
Probably the most frequent was right in front of Spill the Beans at the entrance to Falls Park, where the fountain is.
I want to talk about an evening in August of 2020 while you were performing outside Spill the Beans. While you were performing, did anyone make contact with you and introduce himself to you?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was John Mello.
Was John Mello by himself, or was someone with him?
He was with his daughter, Aida Mello.
How old, best you can recall, how old was Aida at the time?
She was 8.
Tell this jury about the interaction you had with John Mello when he first introduced himself when you were in front of Spill the Beans.
I didn't know who he was, but he came up and said he was a musician and asked if I'd be willing to take a request. He said his daughter's favorite piece was Claire de Lune, and I know that piece really well. It's a favorite piece of mine, so I played it for her.
What, if anything, did you observe about Aida while you were playing Claire de Lune?
Like I said, she was 8, so she was pretty young. I had taught a lot of kids before, so I had experience with kids that age and their attention spans, which tend to be very short. So I was really impressed. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, and she was just enraptured from start to finish. She wasn't running around. She wasn't on a device. She was just completely caught up in the music, and that made a big impression on me.
after you played John Mello's request, before he left, what, if anything, did he give you?
He gave me a business card.
Did you use it to make contact with him after that first meeting?
Yes, I sent him an email.
Why did you follow up and begin to communicate with John Mello after that first meeting?
I got the impression from a few things he said and from the card that he was in the rock and roll world, which that's something I had never had much contact with as a classical musician. And he seemed like a great conversationalist. He was charismatic and outgoing, and I thought it'd be interesting to get coffee with him at some point.
And did you meet with John again after that night in August of 2020?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the period between the time you met John and Aida Mello in August of 2020 until the beginning of October of 2020. During that period of time, how many times did you physically meet with John Mello?
Maybe 6 or 7 times.
When you met with him, was he by himself or was with Aida with him?
With one exception, Aida was always with him.
Tell the jury what the activities you and John and Aida would do together in that period.
We'd get coffee a few times. I saw them and Aida spontaneously because I was performing and they walked up like the first time. We got pizza once. We went to an art gallery, things like that.
Tell the jury what your impressions were of Aida as you got to know her in the late summer, early fall of 2020.
They were extremely positive. She's a really special kid. She was definitely mature beyond her years, like I talked about. She could hold a conversation with adults. She looked you in the eye. She seemed really cultured, like she'd had a lot of exposure to different places. She'd traveled like almost as much as I had. She was always telling me about trips she and her dad had taken, and it was just very evident to me that she was a very healthy, loved child. She clearly loved her dad, and it was obvious that he had done a great job raising her. And I was convinced that she was a happy, healthy kid, and he was a great father.
Let's fast forward to the beginning of October of 2020.
Yes, let's fast forward.
October 2nd.
On your birthday, October the 2nd, 2020, how did you celebrate your birthday?
At this point, Aida had visitation with her mother, Christina Parcell. So this was the one time I saw John where she wasn't with him. And John wanted to show me some of his favorite taco stands out on White Horse Road. So we celebrated my birthday together and went to a couple bars, had dinner, ended up getting tacos at the end of the night.
At the beginning of the night, what was John's mood?
Very festive.
By the end of the night, had his mood changed?
Yes, it had.
Describe what his mood was at the end of the night.
Towards the end, at one of these taco stands, he became very pensive and even distraught. And he started to tell me about really grave concerns he had about his daughter, specifically when his daughter was with her mother, Christina Parcell. And he essentially said that whenever Aida's mother had visitation, he just never could rest easy until he got Aida back. And that he just didn't trust her, and he thought that she wasn't responsible and that she might even hurt her at some point. And I mean, frankly, it kind of, I mean, the mood of the evening took a big dip because of this. It was clear that he just was terrified about the danger his daughter was in, and this made a big impression on me.
So when you were with John on your birthday on October 2nd, 2020, where were Aida and Christina Parcell?
I believe they were on a road trip to see family, maybe in Alabama or somewhere farther down south.
When was she due back to Greenville?
I believe the next day or in the next couple of days.
When she returned, where were Aida and John going to go?
They were going to go to Italy.
Did John tell you that?
Yes.
When John told you that he and Aida were going to go to Italy, what did you think about that? What was your reaction to that?
I thought it was great. I knew at this point that John's parents were Italian, and Aida, I thought, stood to gain a great cultural experience from it. And I just thought if
You guys know the prosecution is on the edge of their seats, and they know that he's going to cross the line, or his attorney is going to cross the line here. They're just getting too close to it.
I had had the opportunity to travel and live in Italy when I was 8, I would have jumped at that. So I was really excited for both of them.
Did they go to Italy?
Yes.
So in October, John and Aida Mello go to Italy. Tell this jury what you're doing in October, November of 2020, musically and otherwise.
At this point, musically, I was still performing on the streets of Greenville, and I was also talking with someone who curated a museum of historic instruments downtown, the Sickle Music Museum. This man was Tom Strange, and we were discussing the possibility of revamping the Beethoven project I had been planning to do that got cut short by COVID by essentially doing the concert series again throughout 2021, but this time recording them so that we wouldn't have to deal with the issue of gatherings with COVID going on.
And did you and Tom Strange solidify a plan for resurrecting the Beethoven project?
Yes, we did.
Just generally speaking, describe for the jury sort of the intensity of the schedule, the intensity of the lead up to that project.
Yeah, so as a classical musician, at least, just because you've played a piece doesn't mean that like you know it forever and you're never going to forget it, and it's never going to cost you any more work. It would be like you may have run a marathon once before in your life, but if you haven't trained for a year, it's not going to be easy for you if you go and try to do it again. So I was going to have to relearn all of this repertoire because I had only been playing certain of the sonatas downtown. And with the recording schedule, I was going to be meeting with him. There was going to be other people and other equipment involved. So essentially, I was going to have to commit to a schedule where we'd meet more or less once a week to record one sonata a week throughout 2021 and stick to that schedule. So it was going to be strenuous and a lot of work, and I knew this going into it.
And when was the first recording set to occur on the project with Tom Strange?
I think around January 2021.
And beginning in January, how many performances on the project? What was the time frame on the remaining performances on the project?
Again, it was roughly one a week. These sonatas are not all the same length. Some are short as like 12 minutes. Others, one lasts about 45 minutes. So depending on the piece, we were allocating enough time for me to get ready.
There is no way any of the jurors are listening to this and thinking, "Oh, what a good guy." He's so arrogant and what's the word I'm looking for, you guys? This is the eye blinking and the robot. I know he's very robotic, emotionless. How on earth did they think him taking the stand was a good idea?
All right, so let's talk about from, again, October to April of 2020. John and Aida leave in October. Between October and April, describe to the jury what the communications were you were having with John Mello, the frequency of the communications. Just tell them about it.
Like I said, I was excited for them. I was excited for Aida to be able to have this experience. Based on what John had told me about Aida's mother, I thought it was good that there was distance in between them. And our communications had died off a bit after they left. John is interesting. He's also a lot. He's a very dramatic person. And it was a bit of a relief to just not be running into him downtown all the time, because I had a lot of practice I was doing, and sometimes I didn't have time to hang out as much as he might have wanted to. So our communications petered out.
Were you relieved in some ways that your communications with him had slowed down or stopped?
To a degree, yeah.
All right. In April of 2021, did your communications with John and the frequency of them increase dramatically?
Yes.
Why did your communications with John increase dramatically in April of 2021?
Like I said, our communications had petered out, but they hadn't completely ceased. So he had let me know that Christina Parcell, Aida's mother, had been filing, I think, some stuff with the family court in Greenville in order to try to get her daughter back. He was very worried that she might succeed in doing this for reasons I've already spoken about. And in April, he sent me a message, and it was clear from the text that he was very upset, just saying that, Zach, they took Aida. What am I going to do? Something about along those lines.
After he told you in April of 2021 that they had taken Aida, did he begin to tell you in greater detail what his concerns were and more information about his concerns?
Yes.
What happened next?
At this point, I found myself in kind of a conundrum because, like I said, I had appreciated having some distance from John. But by the same token, I was becoming increasingly more concerned about his daughter, Aida. So while I might have wanted to not continue communicating with John for the sake of his daughter, I felt that I had a certain sense of responsibility to help him with what he was dealing with this custody battle for his daughter's sake. We began communicating probably every day, at least by text, often by phone calls. I was giving a lot of time towards hearing what he had to say, towards trying to help him in any way I could. Some of the things I did to help him were, first, he needed counsel. He needed a lawyer in family court. So I was calling a bunch of lawyers in Greenville, trying to find someone who could help him. And by helping him, help Aida. I ended up cleaning his house in Greenville. He had left it with a tenant who absolutely trashed it. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. Like the air was hardly breathable. So I was buying a dehumidifier, getting cleaning supplies, hiring Mikey Manigo, who testified last week, to help me clean out his house so that he would have a place to show family court, and, you know, that he had a home that would be a safe place for a little girl and him to be living in. I told him when he came back, I'd pick him up from the airport. But notably, while we were having these conversations, he began to tell me in much more detail what his concerns were about Christina Parcell. And, well, in order for you to understand what my reaction was to what he was telling me, you need to know what my experience was with my oldest adopted sibling, Grace. So when we adopted these kids, we really didn't know much about them.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach? Sure.
Finally, shut him down. I don't know why I think this one is.
Please continue.
Oh, thank you, Deb. I appreciate that.
Where we left off, you were telling this jury about your oldest sister, Grace.
Yes.
Continue.
I don't say this lightly, but my oldest sister, Grace, was the most evil human being I've ever met in my life. She was 10 when she came into our family. The Russian government didn't tell us much about the kids, so we weren't aware of any, if any, behavioral issues there may have been. And there were many, but specifically with her. I would describe her without reservation as an affectionless psychopath. It wasn't that she was immoral, it was more that she was amoral. She didn't have a sense of right and wrong. Her emotional compass was seemingly non-existent. She was just dead inside. She was a masterful manipulator and deceiver. She could lie at the drop of the hat for reasons that might involve her personal gain or just for the heck of it. She would invent the most absurd, crazy, gruesome stories just to get a reaction out of people. And she could talk about this stuff with the same tone that you might talk about making a sandwich. And this from a girl that I knew between the ages of 10 to 14. It was incredibly disturbing. And the things I learned about that type of personality have stayed with me my entire life because I've never met someone like this since. And with one exception, I had never even heard someone describe another human being like this. And one of the things that is so dangerous about someone like this is, she was literally like a vampire who would just suck the goodness out of other people around her. She could be very emotional, and she would fake these emotions in order to elicit a response in you, a sympathetic response. And if, for instance, you were accusing her of doing something like stealing or hurting one of her siblings, she would weep and just beg you to believe her and say, no, I didn't do it. And then if you would present her with irrefutable proof that we knew you had indeed done this, it was like a mask would just fall off her face. And I mean, she'd just look at you with shark eyes. And no matter how many times we would go through this cycle with her, where she would deceive us and betray our trust and hurt people in our family, she would always reel us back in, because there's something in normal, good people that wants to believe that someone like this can change. You want to believe that, there's redemption for someone like this and that they might change their ways and become a better person. And she knew that. And she would use that in order to ingratiate herself again and regain our trust, only to betray that trust again harder than she had the first time. And this happened dozens of times, and it created an incredible amount of strife in our home. And this happened dozens.
Okay, wait a minute.
And it created
Hang
an
on.
incredible amount of strife in our home.
So JPC says that Grace had a lot to say. The the sibling that he's speaking of, she had a lot to say on Court TV's Twitter the day that he said all this. Okay, I'm gonna go look for that while we're watching this.
Manipulate my parents and drive a wedge between them. She was just an incredibly intelligent person and incredibly evil. And having met someone like that, it made me able to understand, and even though I didn't want to, accept the fact that people like this exist, whether you want to believe it or not. And if you trust them, you are only ever going to get hurt by them again. You have to forgive them at some point. And that was a very difficult thing for me to do. It took me years, but eventually I had to accept an apology from this girl that I never got and was never going to get. And I had to do it for myself. But I would never trust her again. That would be insane, for my own safety or for the safety of others. So this is an experience which I think is somewhat unique. I think most people have not met someone like this. And I mean, we might watch true crime documentaries or things like this, and we know that technically these people are real, but they exist on Netflix or in someone else's lives, and we never once believe that it could be someone we know, or that it could be someone living next door, or that it could be someone that our children play with, or someone we might allow to look after our kids. So knowing this is essential to understanding my reaction to what John began to tell me about Christina Parcell in April and May of 2021, after Aida had been taken back to Greenville. He started describing Christina Parcell's character and her personality. And as he was going through various points, he kept saying, Zach, I know you're not going to believe me. Like, I know this sounds overblown and dramatic, and you probably think I'm exaggerating. And under other circumstances, I would have, because John does, he's a big storyteller. And, when people are talking about their exes, like, everyone thinks their ex is the Antichrist. So, of course, I was sort of predisposed to be biased against what he was telling me, except for the fact that point by point, everything he described about Christina Parcell was exactly the same as my sister Grace. He told me that Christina Parcell was a master manipulator. He said she can lie at the drop of the hat and you'll never know it. He said she was incredibly charming. He said she was incredibly intelligent and talented. He used to say she was smarter than he was, but that her biggest fault was that she was lazy. And she had this arrogance combined with her laziness that was essentially born out of the fact that she knew she never really had to work too hard at anything in life. And she could even sacrifice trust with people and tell them lies that could easily be found out, because ultimately she was completely confident in her ability to reel someone back in, no matter how bad she had burned them before. And he could have been describing Grace to me because I knew this behavior. I had lived through this behavior. So at this point,
I'm sorry, when he was describing these features to you of Christina, had you ever told him about Grace? Did he know anything about Grace?
no, I don't make a habit of talking about Grace to people. One, it's incredibly difficult to speak about, and two, most people, having not met someone like that, it just doesn't really land most of the time. They don't understand what you're talking about. So no, John had no idea that I'd had this experience with Grace, which made me realize that there was no way he could have possibly invented this, because no one would get it right point by point by point unless they had met one of these people. And that was the first thing that really raised a huge red flag with me and made me think that despite the fact that he can exaggerate and overblow the truth, and he's often not very believable when you listen to him, I was convinced at that point that he must be describing something true. because no one would know how to describe it so specifically and accurately if they were just making it up. And I was right to believe him. So in addition to this description of her character, and one last thing about Grace and Christina by correlation, one thing Grace was she had an addiction to doing was not merely stealing from you or sucker punching one of her siblings just to assert dominance or doing other terrible things to her siblings. She would recruit her other younger siblings to do these things for her. She would get off on making little duplicates of herself and training and enlisting her siblings to act as proxies for her so that she wouldn't actually get in trouble, because she knew that we all had our eyes on her because of her behavior and we knew we couldn't trust her. So if she even had 2 minutes with one of her younger siblings where no one was within earshot, she would tell them, hey, Mom's going to go check the mail. I just saw the mail truck go. When she's doing that, I want you to go run into her bedroom and go into her jewelry, or go and get this for me and we'll split it. Go and get that food that Mom said we can't have till the weekend or something. So she was an incredibly corrupting influence on anyone around her that she could exert her influence on. Again, I call her a vampire who sucks the goodness out of others. This is an incredibly appropriate metaphor because that's what vampires do. They're intelligent, they're dead inside, and they eventually kill the people around them unless they find someone who might be useful to them, and then they create a duplicate of themselves that they can control. And this is exactly what Grace would do. So when John was telling me all this, I realized that there was an incredible danger that what Christina Parcell was a future preview of what Aida Mello could potentially become if she was left in this woman's custody and was raised by her. And the facts have borne out that I was right. But
Sustained. We'll instruct the jury to disregard the last comment.
At some point, was Grace actually removed from your family?
yes,
Describe for this jury why, or the circumstance or the event that prompted her removal from your family.
it had been 4 years of what I've been describing. She had been sent to different girls' homes around the country, many of which had records of never expelling a single student, and she was the first for many of them that they expelled and sent back to us. And it finally just got so bad that we realized she was going to be a physical danger to our family. I discovered a diary that she had made where she described in detail my parents having their eyes gouged out and dying, and how once my parents were out of the way and dead, she would be able to assume her role as rightful queen of the country. So she just had these psychopathic delusions of violence and grandeur. And we called the SS and asked them to remove her from the home.
We're going to come back to that in a second, or in a little while. You testified about things that John told you about Christina. Did he also provide you with other information about Christina that informed your opinion of her or what you came to know about her?
Yes.
What were some of the documents or other pieces of information that John provided you?
No objection to hearsay.
No, we're not offering it for its truth. We're offering it to show what he knew. In State versus Vic, I've cited, Your Honor, we are not offering it for its truth.
He offered me, among other things, three very pertinent collections of information. One was the photographs that have been discussed that I sent in mailings to various people, along with advertisements from an escort website, which were connected with these photographs. These photographs were of Christina Parcell in various stages of undress. And John told me that they were prostitution advertisements from her previous career as a prostitute. And looking at these photographs, there was no doubt in my mind that that's what these were. And I don't say this in any way to try to shame. It's simply that, I mean, who said it? Like pornography, you know it when you see it. Well, I think the same can be said in terms of these photographs. They were not cute, sexy, intimate photographs that someone might send to someone they're dating or something. They were lewd and tasteless, and there was a very clear element of advertising, a commercial element. So when I looked at these, there was a vacant, arrogant, almost derisive look in her eyes that reminded me so much of my sister. It was a look that said, I can get you to do whatever I want because you want what I have to offer you. And coupled with this was a deposition from 2016 that Christina Parcell had given.
1 second. Let me show you, Zach, what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 46. Take a look at this.
Yes, this is the deposition.
All right. This time, the defense removed Defense Exhibit 46 into evidence.
State objects.
Not hearsay. Not here.
I'm still looking for this Twitter feed you're talking about.
Now, just for the purpose of the record, you used to saying that state's objection. Is that correct?
I did, as far as that.
Yes, sir. After, Zach, after you read the deposition you referenced of Christina Parcell, what did you come to conclude or believe?
I believed that based on various things she freely admitted to in her deposition, that she had a history of using and manipulating men in order to get money and in offering sexual services in return. She admitted to being a pornographic actress and producing a film in South Carolina where she rubbed her feet on a man's penis. She admitted to using sugardaddyforme.com, where she sought out romantic relationships with older men with a clear emphasis on it being a trade, essentially a reciprocal thing, where she was seeking out to be taken care of financially. She said that she had a general disinterest in having children at the time, which is why that she gave up custody of her daughter to John Mello when her daughter was very young. Her lawyer took it.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Okay. You can ask him, like we said, as far as just the effect it had on him, not these specific details.
Understand. Zach, a little while ago, I asked you about documents that John gave you in addition to details he provided you, information. We talked about the deposition. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Is that also a document that John Mello gave you?
Yes,
Did you read it?
I did.
At this time, the defense removed Defense Exhibit 56 in the evidence.
State objects based on the same objection we had in the prior, the prior issue. I think Your Honor's ruling was that he can talk about how it had an effect on him, but not to go into the detail.
Your Honor, this is a separate exhibit. It's different than the deposition. It's just a few pages. I'd be happy to argue on this.
I'm going to allow this to come in.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This is, so again, I will renew my motion to enter Defense Exhibit 56 into evidence. And it's admitted. Is that correct, Your Honor? Zach, take a look at Defense Exhibit 56. Would you, for the jury, let me look at it. Let's do this. Let's see. Zach, this is an affidavit of a man named Alex Fields. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just want to go over this affidavit for you, or with you. Based on your understanding of this affidavit, in the case of John Mello, how did John become aware of this information that led to this affidavit?
John posted an ad on Craigslist asking for information about a woman named Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren, and he provided photographs to identify her by.
Is page 2 of the affidavit this advertisement on Craigslist?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 1 of the affidavit. Would you please read the second paragraph of this affidavit?
I was at Hall's Chop House in downtown Greenville, South Carolina, when a woman approached me. She said hello and proceeded to ask if I was looking for a date. She said something to the effect of inviting me to bed for an amount of money and that we would not be rushed at all. When I refused her proposition, she proceeded to offer me narcotics. I refused and ended the encounter at that point.
Would you please read just the first sentence of the third paragraph?
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this woman is the woman that I saw on Craigslist.
And that, again, the woman in this advertisement on Craigslist, who's that woman?
Christina Parcell.
Zach, I want to talk about other information John Mello had provided you. You heard testimony from Investigator Dan Bell. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And do you recall in the state's case in chief, Dan Bevel, both in direct examination and cross-examination, testifying that he had met Christina Parcell in his official capacity before he began his investigation of the letters that were sent?
I remember.
And isn't it true that John Mello shared information with you about interactions he had had with Dan Bell?
Objection. Your Honor, I need a curative instruction on that.
You know, I totally disagree, and I'm happy to argue.
Thank you for your patience. I just had to pick up some legal issues with the attorneys. Y'all are gonna get your steps in today. Please proceed.
So, Zach, you testified about information that John has provided you related to concerns he had about Christina Parcell, especially in conjunction with Aida Mello. We talked about the time period of April. I want to move to May. In May of 2021, were you and John Mello continuing to communicate about the situation?
Yes.
In May of 2021, what, if anything, did John ask you to do for him?
Given the extremely grave nature of John's concerns for his daughter, especially while she was in the custody of her mother, Christina Parcell, and potentially being exposed to her mother's boyfriend, Brad Post, who John believed was a pedophile and is a pedophile.
Objection.
Sustained. I instruct you to totally disregard the last comments made by this defendant.
And Zach, you would just, could you just tell this jury what John asked you to do?
Yes. Given his concerns, John asked me that if I believed his daughter was in grave danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $5,000?
What did you say when he asked you that?
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
So he offered you $5,000 if you would kill Christina Parcell, and you said no.
That's correct.
At some point, did he revisit that subject?
Yes.
Did he make you another offer?
Yes, he did.
How long after the first offer did he make the second offer?
I'm not certain, but I would say maybe 2 or 3 weeks later.
Tell this jury about that.
He was becoming increasingly more worried and distressed about the safety of his daughter. I was as well. The more I learned about this situation and everything, and a lot more than what I've told you, I was also.
Sustained. What was the second offer?
The second offer, he asked me again, if I became convinced that his daughter was in danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $10,000?
What did you, or how did you respond to that offer?
I told him, John, there's no amount of money that would ever tempt me to do something like this. And I told him I was insulted that he even thought that would be something I would consider. So I told him I would never do something like this for money. I told him the only way I would ever consider taking action like this is if I was absolutely convinced that his daughter was not only in danger, but that the only way to rescue her from that danger would be to take Christina Parcell's life.
Let's talk about what else is going on in your life in May of 2021. Tell this jury what you're doing with the music project with Tom Strange, how that's going.
We've been at the project recording the sonatas in the museum, like I talked about, for about 5 months. This, of course, I was doing in conjunction with all the help I was trying to provide John and Aida. So the music project on its own would have been incredibly stressful. And with everything else, I was just approaching burnout. Honestly, I was having a really hard time meeting my deadlines. And I was worried that the quality of the work I was doing was going to be going down. And I was just at the point where I needed a vacation, honestly.
And we're going to get to that in just a second. Tell the jury about your compensation as it relates to the music project with Tom Strange.
It was just an arrangement of a flat fee for all 32 sonatas. I was going to receive $5,000.
And if you broke that down on an hourly basis, how much were you getting paid per hour for that project?
Probably less than $1, but it was a labor of love.
During this time, were you also doing other things to try to make money to support yourself, or was it?
Yes, I was giving some outdoor concerts on the Wynn's lawn, and these were donation-based, so people were supporting me financially in that regard.
You talked about needing a vacation at the end of May. Describe a little bit more to the jury the fatigue and why you believed at the end of May that a break would do you some good.
Well, I needed a break. My nature is usually to just try to push through stuff like that. I can push myself too far. So I was not necessarily seeking out a break or a vacation, but I was definitely at the point where I needed one for the sake of my work, for the sake of my health.
Did you get that break?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury how that came about.
Like I said, John and I were communicating pretty much every day at this point. Much of it, if not most of it, about Aida. But I was also mentioning to him what I was doing. Certainly times when he needed me to do something and I would have to say, I can't, I'm practicing, I'm recording something like this. So he told me, I think he said, like in the rock and roll business, we say you have a monkey on your back, like the project is starting to own you and you just need to step away from it. You're too close to it and you've been in it for too long. So he suggested that I come and visit him in Italy.
Did you take him up on that suggestion?
Yes, I did.
Initially, what was your reaction to that offer?
Initially, I didn't want to. Like I said, it's nature to just kind of push through things, but with some more time, I realized that some time off from the piano would probably do me good.
So when did you go to Italy to visit John?
I think in either the very last days of May or first days of June, 2021.
Who paid for your travel?
I did.
When you arrived in Italy, where did you stay?
I stayed at John Mello's apartment.
How long were you there?
Between 3 and 4 weeks.
Do you remember where in Italy you were?
Yes, it was a town called Rovigo. It's not too far from Venice.
When you were visiting in Italy, where was Aida Mello?
She was in Greenville with her mother.
Even though Aida was not in Italy, while you were in Italy, did you have an opportunity to see Aida?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury what that opportunity was.
John had video visits ordered by the guardian ad litem, who you've seen before, Vanessa Cornlow, to have video visits twice a week with Aida. So he, even with the time difference, was always setting timers and alarms and making me set timers and alarms to make sure he wouldn't be late for these visits. Like he lived for these visits every week. So often it might be 11 p.m. or midnight in Italy, but that was when Aida was free. So that's when they'd have their visit. And I would often be within earshot to where I could hear their conversation. Often I would be able to observe the screen of his phone or computer so I could see Aida's face, her disposition. And on one occasion, I said hi to her.
What did you notice about her, or what did you conclude about her while you were watching Aida during the visitations?
So John had been telling me for weeks, Zach, Christina's killing my little girl. Like I can see the spark dying in her eyes. And again, when I first heard that, I thought, aren't you being a little dramatic? Like I hadn't seen her, but it just seemed a bit much. When I saw her in these visits, I didn't feel that way anymore. She was not the same little girl that I had known in Greenville when I first met them. She had put on a great deal of weight, probably about 20 pounds, which is roughly a quarter of her body weight. For an 8-year-old girl, that's a lot in a short period of time, but it was much more than that. It was her demeanor. Her spirit was just, she was morose, she was depressed. Like that spunky, precocious, lively little girl that I had met was just not present there. It was a complete change in character. And I mean, John would ask her how she was doing, and she would always try to give a good response. Like she would try to smile and say, "Oh, I'm fine, Daddy," and try to put on a good face. But it was clear that she was doing that because she didn't want to worry her dad. She didn't want him to realize how poorly she was doing. And it just reminded me so much of myself when I was a little older than she was, with what I've previously described with Grace. It's this, you internalize things. Like she's a strong person. And she was trying to be stronger than she was probably ready to be at that age. And despite the stoic, strong exterior she was trying to put on, I could just see that she was being tortured. Like she was drowning. And him saying that the spark was dying in her eyes was absolutely accurate. I could see it. I could hear it in her voice. I could tell it in her demeanor.
So when you came, When did you leave Italy to return to Greenville County?
At the end of June 2021.
When you returned to Greenville in June of 2021, based on everything that you knew and had been made aware of, and I want to start in June. What, if anything, in June of 2021 did you do to act on what you knew?
I had described the mailers that I had put together before, and the state has talked about them a lot. All of these mailers contained information that I believe had been put out publicly and by Christina Parcell's free will. So this was all information that had been available publicly and that, to the best of my knowledge, was true. And I began to send these mailers to Christina Parcell and her boyfriend and people in the neighborhood for a threefold purpose. I wanted parents around that neighborhood to know that their children were not safe around her or around Brad Post. I wanted different people associated with this, such as the guardian ad litem, the police, to have access to this information so that they would have all the evidence that I was looking at that clearly demonstrated that Christina Parcell was a danger to children and her own daughter. And I also wanted there to be social pressure on Christina Parcell, because something, again, about people like Grace and Christina Parcell is the facade that they erect around themselves and the image that they put forward to the world is so important to them. They're narcissists. And it is a facade. It's completely untrue. But I was hoping that it wouldn't be worth it to her for other people to see her for what she was, in exchange for her trying to fight to have her daughter.
You sent multiple mailers beginning in June and going into July of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Did those mailers and the effect those mailers had do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No, they didn't. If anything, Christina Parcell and Brad Post just dug their heels in deeper.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right here because I want to show you what JPC sent me, because this is fixing to get really crazy on the court. But this is the comment that someone claiming to be Grace, his ex-sibling, put up on Facebook. I'm sorry, not Facebook, on Court TV. I gotta open this up so I can see it, because I cannot see it from the screen like that. Now, she says it's from @Ilana_loves. It says, this really made me so upset. Why did no one try to find me to testify against him? This family is the worst, and I wish I never said yes to being adopted. Me leaving, I thought it would make life better for my siblings, but instead they found me and told me that it got worse for them when I left. Zach, you blaming me is so pathetic when you were so upset that your parents brought us and had to give us more care and attention due to our trauma. You need help, and I will never forget what you put me through. You watched your parents abuse us, especially me, as I was more rebellious, but I just needed some therapy, which your dumb parents didn't believe in. I called the attorney's office, and I hope that they let me testify, because I want everyone to know what all you did to make me what all you did, I'm sorry, what all you did to me, but also to my siblings. I have had a really hard life after your parents gave up their rights to me and grew up in a foster care. I have so many health issues now that could have been, hang on, I gotta switch images. I have so many health issues now that could have been prevented if I'd gotten the right doctors to see me when I came to this country, but I never hurt someone. I had to survive out here over and over again as I never was informed of any type of help until I was in my 20s. But I worked hard and I have a wonderful support system now, and I worked hard for everything in my life. Shame on you. This deserves a death penalty. Christina didn't deserve to be stabbed 35 times because because you were scared of me, question mark. A 4-foot 10-inch 140-pound sick me. The parents just standing by him claiming to be Christians is above hypocritical. I am Grace Ilana Hughes, and I will help district attorney put you behind bars. Okay, so that was that.
After the mailers were sent, do you know whether or not they had any effect on? I want to talk about after the mailers were sent. Did you learn of a video call or about a video call that John, who was in Italy, had with Aida, who was in Greenville?
Yes.
What did you learn about that video call?
Shortly after these mailers would have arrived, John described a call to me where he said Christina was, at the end of the call, she took the phone and turned it towards her face, which she usually did not do. And he said she was more angry than I've ever seen her. And he would often talk about how you would never see her angry, like she was very good at controlling her emotions and not showing if you had made her angry. And she took the phone and didn't say anything, but just slid her finger across her throat as if that she was threatening that she was going to have him killed for what she believed he was doing.
After the mailer, or the last mailer, did John share with you any information he had received via email?
Yes, he described, well, he didn't describe it. He sent it to me, an email he had received from someone he knew in the biker community, motorcycles. And Brad Post was also involved in the biker community, or at least tried to be. And this email was from this acquaintance of John, telling John that Brad Post had been going around essentially asking for someone to, quote, put the hurt on John Mello, and that he was offering a lot of money to make this happen.
I kept all this in because I figured you guys would want to kind of see the drama going on behind the scenes a little bit.
Zach, we talked about the fact that you testified that you sent the mailers, you've explained why. I want to talk about something else you did for the purpose of acting on a concern. Take a look at what's been marked as defense exhibit 47. Is that an affidavit that you completed for the purpose or in connection with the pending family court litigation between John Mello and Christina Parcell?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this is defense counsel's version. This is already in evidence. The state put that in. Zach, let's talk about this affidavit.
Is that the one from September?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Zach, why did you draft this affidavit?
I was extremely concerned about the danger that Aida was in, and I wanted to try to provide the family court with information about my opinion and my observations about her that would hopefully cause them to return Aida to John so that she would no longer be in danger.
Did this affidavit, well, let me back up. To whom did you send this affidavit?
I had it notarized, and then I think I scanned it and probably emailed it to John or left it with his family court attorney, Samantha Larkins, at the time.
One second.
I want to read you guys this document that I found written by his attorney, submitted to the courts in regards to them not being able to put the testimony on the record. It is disturbing. Disturbing.
So that affidavit was, I believe, September the 21st of 2021. Is that correct?
I don't remember the date other than it being in September.
I'll show it to you.
Yes, the 21st day of September, 2021.
And you testified that after you submitted that affidavit, that did not do anything to alleviate your concerns. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you take another step to try to act on your concerns, right?
Yes.
And did you take that step at the end of September or beginning of October?
Yes, I made a phone call to Child Protective Services, and I told them that I was a neighbor. So I told them that I had seen Aida being verbally and physically abused by her mother. And again, I made that up. That's not true. But I said it because I wanted to give Aida an opportunity to have FaceTime in person with an agent from DSS away from her mother, where she could tell them that her mother was sexually abusing her.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You are to disregard the last comments from this witness.
Zach, let me ask this. you talked about Child Protective Services. Is that in South Carolina, is that called DSS?
I think they may be part of the same entity. I'm not sure.
And so did they do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No.
Did that surprise you at all?
No.
In fact, you testified earlier about Virginia and Grace. Did you and your family have interaction with the DSS in Virginia
Yes, we did.
over Grace?
Yes, when I discovered the journal, I had mentioned before about Grace's plans to murder my family. We called DSS and asked for her to be taken out of the home. And they did this. And after a few weeks of hearing Grace's stories and lies, they took her side. They failed to recognize what they were dealing with her. And they tried to have my parents put in jail and the rest of me and my siblings put in foster care. And we eventually had to sue them. And it was about a 2-year-long court battle. And that left an indelible impression on me, just as to how even experts can be wrong sometimes. And when they are wrong, it's so dangerous because everyone believes them because they're the experts. But sometimes you know what you know, and you know it's true. And even if an expert might think differently, it doesn't mean they're right. And DSS did a lot of damage to my family in those 2 years.
So ultimately, Grace was removed from your family. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your other Russian siblings were not, were they?
No.
And in fact, Faith, one of your Russian siblings, has been in the courtroom all week. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you testified to this jury about the information you received from John Mello about his concerns. You've testified to the jury about the documents you consulted about those concerns. You testified to the jury what you came to believe. You testified to the jury about the mailers you sent, about the affidavit you submitted, and now about the call to DSS. After you had done all these things to act on your concerns, and nothing had been done, tell this jury in early October of 2021, what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking?
I was still in the middle of this music project, so I had a lot on my plate there just professionally, and of course I was continuing and even increasing my support to help John save his daughter, Aida. And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go. I mean, take the drill.
Boom. There it was. Oh, but he's not done. I didn't cut. I cut most of this out. First, they call him. Now, remember, they're going to remove us just like they removed the jury. So they probably went on a break. He probably reprimanded. He reprimanded him for saying that in court. What do they call that? Did he get fined or anything for that? That prosecutor said, "Let's go." Wasn't that the prosecutor? That wasn't the judge. So I guess they went on break for a little bit there. But so you guys, this affidavit that I found here, 60 days. Oh, Zach got 60 days for contempt. Okay, contempt of court. That's what I was, that's the phrase I was looking for. So that was just added to a sentence. I thought he said, let's go. But you know they were on the edge of their seat the whole time because they felt like it was going to happen. But y'all were talking earlier about how they're trying to cause a mistrial. What did you say? That could that cause a mistrial?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as I stated at the outset of this trial, I am sole judge of the law in the case, while you, the jury, sit as the judge of the facts. And part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury. The gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law, and I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. Furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard, and I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you go to do your deliberation room, okay? All right, please continue, Mr. Mormon. Will incorporates.
Zach, before we broke for lunch, we were in the time period of end of September, beginning of October of 2021. You remember that?
Yes.
It's that voice. Ugh, gross.
And Zach, you testified before lunch about 2 offers John had made you to kill Christina Parcell. Do you remember that?
I remember.
And do you remember after the second offer telling John something to the effect of, you would never do that for money. You would only do that if you believed it was necessary to rescue Aida.
And if I believed there was no other way.
I'm just waiting for him to say, I am Batman. Like, this voice that he's got on all of a sudden.
At the end of September, beginning of October 2021, did you conclude that you had to rescue Aida and there was no other way?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about what's happening in your life in the beginning of October 2021. And specifically, I want to talk about the status of the music project you had been engaged with Tom Strange in the Seagull Museum. I also want to talk about other employment opportunities. So tell the jury what was going on in your life on that front at the beginning of October.
At the beginning of October, I was just coming off finishing the project at the museum. We finished in September at some point. And as I mentioned before, my birthday is October 2nd. So I had arranged to play a private home recital at the Wynn's home, where I would play the last 3 piano sonatas of Beethoven on my birthday. So these are very, very difficult pieces of music, and some of the greatest pieces of music ever written. So I was very preoccupied trying to give my best to these pieces. And shortly after that, a friend of mine reached out who had done some work performing on cruise ships. There's an organization called Lincoln Center Stage that recruits conservatory trained musicians to form either a piano quartet or a piano quintet to play classical concerts on cruise ships. And they had a pianist drop out at the last minute. And long story short, I interviewed for this job and got this job, I think on October 12th, but it was about that time, maybe a little earlier.
He couldn't have just said, I got a job on a cruise ship playing piano. He said, I interviewed for this job. I got this job.
Where were the winds on October 12th and 13th?
They were in Europe.
And ultimately, did you take Christina Parcell's life on October the 13th?
Yes, because I believed it was absolutely necessary to save Aida, and I was right.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I ask you to disregard the testimony that you just heard.
I want to talk about the timing. You've alluded to it a little bit. But I want to be more specific. October the 13th, describe for the jury why you felt that was the time, why you believed it, or why it was necessary to do it on October the 13th, specifically, or in this period of time.
I had been wrestling with this since June. As I previously stated, since the end of June, I believed Aida was in complete and grave danger every moment of her life that she was living with her mother. And the other things that I had tried to do to save her from that were not working. So I was having this incredible wrestling match within myself for these months, feeling that I needed to do something to save her, and yet feeling this incredible reluctance to do the one thing that I knew would save her because of how terrible I knew it would be to do it, even though I believed it would be right. So by the time October 13th rolled around, I had been grappling with this for a long time. And I was experiencing a tremendous amount of guilt that I had waited as long as I did, because I should have acted sooner. And I didn't do that. So I had come to the realization that I had gotten this offer to go on this cruise ship, and I would have been leaving the country for a long time. Essentially, it was now or never. I had an opportunity to save her from a danger that I knew she was in, and that I knew was not going to cease. And I just couldn't go on with my life and leave her to drown. I mean, I had a great life. I had everything. I made money doing what I loved. I was going to be going to the South Pacific to play concerts for rich people on cruise ships. I mean, but how could I go and enjoy that and know that I was leaving a kid to her fate, a kid who thought that I was her friend? I would never have been able to look at myself in the mirror again if I had done that. So, specific to October 13th, I believed that there would be a period of time at the house when Christina Parcell would be alone. And I wanted to make sure that absolutely no one was there. Not Aida, not Lutina, not Brad Post. Because again, this was not about revenge or retribution or anything. I wasn't angry. The only thing I was feeling that day was pity. And I wanted to make sure that no bystander or no one else would be involved in this, which could have happened if someone else was there.
Zach, let's talk about that. So once you concluded, believed absolutely this was what you had to do, did you go about planning?
Yes, I planned very carefully to make sure, one, like I said, that no one else would be involved in this. And two, I knew that if I tried to do this and failed, it would only be worse for Aida.
And consistent with the court's instructions, why did you believe it'd be worse for Aida?
Because I believed that if I was discovered doing this, it would connect me to John Mello. And I believed, and I still believe, that he's a great father and he is Aida's best shot at having a happy and safe childhood.
Let's talk about the planning. Did you get a gun?
Yes.
At the time, were you also carrying your own firearm?
Yes, I had a concealed weapons permit at the time, so I generally would always be carrying a 9mm concealed weapon on my person for personal protection.
Did you get another firearm for this?
Yes, I did.
What type of firearm did you get?
It was a .22 caliber revolver
Where did you get it?
at a gun show.
Where was the gun show?
It was here in Greenville.
How long before October 13th did you get the 22?
Maybe a month or month and a half earlier.
Did you also get a knife?
Yes, I did.
Where did you get the knife?
At the gun show.
At about the same time?
It was the same day.
Let's talk about what else, what other planning you did. Did you obtain gloves?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember where you got the gloves?
No, I don't.
Did you obtain any chemicals?
Yes, I bought some paint thinner because, again, I didn't want to be connected to this because I wanted to make sure this would actually do something to save Aida. So in case a glove had broken or I had left a fingerprint or something, I wanted to be able to clean it with the paint thinner.
Zach, let's talk about your bike and what you did to become familiar with the area of the cane brake leading up to October the 13th.
I had looked at a route I would be able to take from the mountain house that I was staying at on back roads to avoid traffic cameras. So maybe a few days beforehand, I looked at Google Maps and I figured out how this route would lead.
Let's talk about October the 12th. Did you originally plan to do this on October the 12th?
Yes.
Zach, consistent with the court's instructions, describe to the jury why you didn't do it on October the 12th.
I woke up that day and I just felt such reluctance, and something in my gut told me it wasn't the right day. And I waited one more day.
Let's go to October the 13th. You testified earlier that you wanted to plan in part to prevent or minimize danger to others. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have information about where people would be on October the 13th?
To a degree, yes.
How did you get that information?
From John Mello.
What did he tell you?
He told me when Aida would be at school, and he told me that he believed Christina had a job interview at some point that morning.
So let's talk about that morning. The evening of October the 12th, where did you spend the night?
At the Mountain House.
You woke up on the morning of October 13th and you left the Mountain House, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember approximately when you left the Mountain House?
It was much later than I meant to. I think it was about 8 or 8:15 in the morning.
When you left the Mountain House, in which vehicle did you leave?
In my Ford Ranger.
What was in the back of the Ford Ranger?
My bike.
That bike right there?
Yes.
And just for the clarity of the record.
That surprises me that he drives a Ford Ranger, because he just doesn't come across to me as somebody that would drive a Ford Ranger. I picture this guy like in a Camry or a Beamer. You know, I don't know.
This is a state's exhibit. I don't have the number that was introduced.
He's used to being in front of an audience, so it's not like he's nervous sitting in front of people
What
and
else did you
talking.
put in your pickup truck in addition to the bike?
I brought the gloves, and I put this in a backpack. I brought the paint thinner and the gun I described, the 22. I brought a knife, and I brought a box that was made to look like a gift wrapped box, and a bunch of roses that I had bought the day before.
Talk about the roses in a minute. When you left the Mountain House, where did you go?
I drove to a road that runs parallel, very close to Canebrake.
When you got to that location, well, before we go further, describe for this jury the ride in your truck from the Mountain House to this location, what you were thinking, what you were feeling, what was going through your mind.
Like I said, I had wrestled with this for months. I had come to the point where rationally I knew that the only way Aida was going to be saved from what she was enduring was for me to take this route. I knew that. But there's another element, a human element, which is just so reluctant and revulsed by the idea of taking a human life. So I had prayed a great deal about this. I had prayed like I'd never prayed before, because even knowing that logically this was the right thing to do, it didn't satisfy that emotional and human aspect where I felt that I needed permission to do this. And I was so terrified that somehow I might be doing the wrong thing. Like I knew that it was right logically, but there's the emotional aspect was just reeling against this idea. And more so because she was a woman. I was raised to always protect my sisters and mother, and I opened doors for women growing up. So this idea was just repugnant to me, even though I believed it was necessary to save a child. So on that morning, I had prayed earlier, a few days earlier, and I had felt that this was the right thing to do, no matter how terrible and difficult it was going to be. So like I said, I didn't feel anger. I felt pity because I realized that this was just the only way to save a child. And it felt like a foregone conclusion because I knew that I had a duty to do this to save a child. So physically driving my truck there, I was experiencing a level of anxiety and physical illness that I had just never experienced due to stress before. My hands were shaking. I was in a cold sweat, and I was fighting the urge to vomit before I even got close there. A few times I thought I was going to have to pull off to the side of the road because I could hardly keep my truck straight. My hands were shaking so badly. But the whole time I was just thinking, if I don't do this, if I turn back, then I'm consigning Aida to her fate when I know that I could have done something to stop what was happening.
Y'all are right. This guy is going to start a cult in prison. He's the exact type who would definitely start a cult. Insane.
So I just tried to take my mind off of it, and I tried to just go and drive a little bit farther and a little bit farther and not think about what I was going to have to do when I got there. And when I finally got to the point where I parked my truck, this feeling only increased. I knew the plan, but I was having so much difficulty going through with it. So I took my bike out of the truck, and I had a mask on and clothing that's been described already. And I just tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other on my bike. And it felt like some runs or rucks I had been on where all I could do was focus on putting one foot in front of the other because it was so difficult to keep going. And I just kept seeing Aida's face and reminding myself that if I don't do this, no one's going to come to save her. And I kept pedaling, and eventually I arrived in front of 122 Canebrake.
He is loving all of the attention he has right now telling his story in the slow manner that he's telling it.
We're going to talk about what happened when you got to 122 Canebrake in just a second. You described having a gun and having a knife. Initially, were you going to use the gun?
Yes.
Did you ultimately decide to use the gun?
No.
Why not?
I was very concerned about using a gun because of how loud it would be. And I didn't want to alert a neighbor or a bystander who might come to investigate and get involved. So I tried to suppress the gun by making a makeshift suppressor. And in movies, these things are made out to be like it's very easy, and a suppressed gun is just very silent, and that's not the case. So ultimately, I test fired the gun, and I had bought some subsonic ammunition, which is supposed to be quieter, but I didn't realize that on a revolver, a suppressor doesn't work because the end of the cylinder is open. And I realized just a day or two beforehand that I couldn't use a gun because it could potentially involve someone else in this if someone heard a gunshot and came to investigate.
If you had had a choice, would you have rather used a gun?
I would have rather not to have had to have done it at all, but if I had to, yes, I would have chosen a gun.
Why is that?
Because it would have been quicker and more humane.
All right, let's talk about, you arrive at the house, 122 Cane Range. Do you remember about what time you arrived there?
I think it was a little after 9 in the morning.
And you arrived there on your bike? Is that how you-
Yes,
And you testified about this a little bit, but tell the jury what you're wearing.
I had on black pants and a black thermal and a gray shirt over that. I had on a black beanie and a white medical mask, and I had on black gloves and a black backpack.
Do you remember how many vehicles were parked in the driveway when you got there?
1.
When you arrived at the house and you got off your bike, what did you do?
I laid my bike down in the driveway and I took my backpack off and I took out the box that had been gift wrapped that had an end open. And I put the .22 revolver in that box. And I put the backpack back on my back and I took a bunch of roses and I walked up to the door and I rang the doorbell. And I was shaking and freaking out at this point because there was nowhere I wanted to be less than at that house on that morning. And when I rang the doorbell, the door opened and a woman came to the front. And I thought it was Christina Parcell, but I wanted to make sure. And I also wanted to make sure that no one else was home. So I told her that while I was holding the box and the roses, that I had a delivery for Lutina Parcell, her sister. And she told me that Lutina wasn't home. So at this point, I realized that Christina was at the house alone. And I handed her the roses. And I took the revolver out of the box and I pointed it at her and I told her to be quiet and to go back into the house, which she did. And I followed her into the house and I shut the door. And I was experiencing such anxiety that my body wasn't really doing what I was telling it to do anymore. Like when I realized that I couldn't use the gun, which was unloaded at this point, my plan had been to try to knock her unconscious because I didn't want to cause her or anyone any pain. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to save Aida and to make sure that no one else who was a bystander would be involved in this or could be endangered in any way. So I tried, while she was holding the roses, to strike her on the head and knock her unconscious. But my body was fighting me because even though I knew who she was and what she was doing and the danger that was putting Aida in. I was still looking at her and I was seeing a sympathetic figure. I was seeing a woman, and I had always been taught never to hurt a woman, to always protect women and children. So when I went to strike her with the gun, my hand didn't really do what I was trying to tell it to. I essentially pulled my strike. It felt like a time I had been cliff jumping with friends. I have a big fear of heights, and there was a 30-foot face that you could jump off and jump into a deep pool of water. And when I would run up to the edge, I would try to get a running start and jump off the edge, and I just couldn't. Like my body would stop me against my will. And I had to try to do this 10 or 15 or 20 times before I could actually get myself to go over the edge. So when I struck her on the head with the pistol, that's what happened. It didn't knock her unconscious, and I hardly struck her at all, to be honest. So I tried again, and the same thing happened. I just couldn't bring myself to strike her. And at this point, she realized that I was hesitating, and she began to try to move herself and to get away and to fight back. And during this period of time, the roses had dropped and the petals and stems had scattered. And as I was hesitating, I realized that the situation was quickly getting out of control. And if I didn't pull myself together and act soon, this was all going to end up terribly for Aida, because what was happening to her would never be uncovered.
You've heard testimony that at this time, Christina weighed 163 pounds. How much did you weigh on October the 13th?
160.
Go ahead.
So I realized that I was going to have to somehow force myself to do this at any cost. So I pulled out the knife I was wearing. And even though I knew I wasn't going to be able to strike her with any amount of force, I still tried. So I started striking her, though my strikes were pulled. And I think the knife made contact with her, but it wasn't stopping her, and it wasn't inflicting anything that could be a fatal blow. And she started to fight back. She realized I was hesitating, and it became a struggle. And in this struggle, all I could do was try to overcome this resistance I had towards doing this thing. Even though I knew it was right, I still had this physical and emotional resistance to doing it. So I just kept striking her until finally we fell on the floor. And at this point, I had just tried to take my mind out of it and just try to get through this and finish it as quickly as possible, because I realized that it was only becoming prolonged, and I had to do this in order to save Aida. So I don't remember how many times I struck her. I just remember that when it finished, we were on the ground, and I stopped striking her when she stopped struggling. And at this point, I stood up, and I was still freaking out, and I was in kind of a daze. And I was just trying to pull myself together and figure out what I needed to do to leave the house. And again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything behind that would connect me to it, because then I believe John would be connected to it, and it would only further put Aida in danger because I didn't know if Christina Parcell was the only person involved in what was happening to Aida. And she wasn't. So I quickly looked around to make sure I hadn't left a mask or a glove, and I started to pick up the rose petals and realized that I just didn't have time to do that. Again, I was concerned that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and that a neighbor might come by to investigate, and I didn't want that. So I drew the blinds and I moved her body away from the door, which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And I put my things back in the backpack, and I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure everything was in order, and I saw that she had scratched my face in the struggle. And of course, I realized that this could leave DNA. So I used the paint thinner to try to clean her hands. And then I changed my mask and I took off my outer shirt because there was blood on it. And I put it in the backpack. And at this point, I was really worried that someone that Lutina might come back to the house, or Brad Post might come to the house, or a neighbor might come over. So I was trying to leave the house as quickly as possible. And before I left, when I realized that I had probably left my DNA there, despite my effort not to, I prayed again and just said that I believe that what I've done is the right thing, and I believe that I did it for the right reason. But if it's your will that I be connected to this, then I will turn myself in and I will own up to what I've done, and I'll take responsibility for it because I believed that it was the right thing. And then I left. I exited out through the door and I got back on my bike and I pedaled my bike back to the truck and I drove back to the mountain house. And I was still completely freaking out and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt, in that as soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me, because I knew from that moment on, Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from the sexual abuse that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Instruct him to be quiet.
Okay, you need to stop talking.
Ooh.
The jury.
No, the jury didn't see any of that and weren't affected by that right there. Holy crap. Oh, they're waiting for the jury to leave. Oh, and then they're going to shut us out. He's probably going to call them all into chambers. I think that was it. I think the judge cut him off after that and said, no more, you can't even testify anymore. That would make sense. If I were the judge, I would do that after strike 2. I mean, what can you do? Because if you give, Baba says the judge should have done more than to address him. But I mean, what can you do that doesn't stand out to the jury? You know, like you want them to forget what was just heard. So it's like, ah. Oh no, he's still up there. Okay.
for your patience as we go about this trial. I want to instruct you to disregard the last comments that you heard. I also want to just remind you, as I've stated from the outset of this trial, that I'm the sole judge of the law in this case. And while you, the jury, sit as the sole judge of the facts, and part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury, and that gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law. And I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard, and furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. And I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you deliberate. Thank you.
Zach, just got a few more questions. So after you left Cambridge, isn't it true that you rode your bike back to your truck, which was parked within the vicinity? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And then you drove your truck back to the mountain house. Isn't that true?
That's true.
After you got to the mountain house, isn't it true that you disposed of the gun and the knife in a nearby lake? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
And isn't it true that the clothes you were wearing, that you burned those clothes in a fire pit at the mountain house? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I want to talk about towards the end of October, beginning of November. Isn't it true that at the very beginning of November 2021, you had obtained a plane ticket to fly overseas? Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
And you were going to go overseas departing from Detroit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And while you were in Detroit, isn't it true that you received a phone call making you aware that there were warrants pending for your arrest?
That is true.
And after you were notified of the pending warrants, isn't it true that you rented a car, drove back in the middle of the night to Greenville, and ultimately turned yourself in? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
One second. Kyle, anything else?
Okay. At this moment, well, can I see counsel?
I believe that's it for the day. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day. And I'm going to ask that y'all return at 10:30 tomorrow morning. I'm hoping that we're not going to have bad weather, but just potentially.
So they broke for the day and they started doing the jury instructions and all that. So that's why the next piece is only 2.5 hours long. But again, it's 2.5 hours long and that's trimmed down. So we're going to save that for tomorrow night. The one thing I wanted to show you guys though, I'm really hesitant about this. I'm going to share screen so you'll see what I'm talking about. So everybody is talking about how this Mello guy made up affidavits and whatnot. And so here's this document. Now it's got the Fit News. Fit News has been following this pretty heavily. It's got their logo in the background on it, watermarked. It looks real, right? Looks like it's been stamped and everything. But when you go in to read it, It's supposed to be from, and I'll show you the bottom. It says it's coming from his attorney, Zach's attorney. Well, it says, yeah. But I just don't know how legitimate it is. The way it's written, it doesn't sound legit. And there's some stuff there's some things in here, you guys, that just really are graphic about what she's doing. Her and Post, her boyfriend. And I want to show it to you guys, but I'm afraid it's not legit. So, cause like, look right here. It almost goes into like the story that he tells about what he was doing. Cause it talks about, let me show you. It goes into like how Zach was born and all that. That wouldn't have been filed with the court. Like that's not something I would think that the court would put out there. Doesn't it look weird to you guys? I don't know if I should show this or not. All right, I'm going to show you part of it. On page, let's see, which one is it? It's this part right here. It said that there was a warrant that was issued with an incident dated October the 1st of 2020 that illicit images depicts an undressed minor, which they're saying it's the AM, they're saying that's the daughter, and her mother Parcells. In images, there's a bunch of them. Now, if you go to the next page of this document, it says even worse things about what she was doing. I'm not going to go there because I don't know if this is legitimate or not. It looks weird to me. So, with that being said, we're going to stop there for the evening. We've been on for almost 5 hours now. I did try to go into the South Carolina, the Greenville documents, like the docket, to see if I could pull this up, to see if it was legit. And you can't pull up their documents. So, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, tomorrow we'll be watching the sentencing, well, the verdict and the sentencing. Well, the closings. There's a bunch on tomorrow. The closing, that's what takes so long. The closings, the verdict, and then they sentence him right away. So that'll be tomorrow night, 4:30, same time. It'll be a shorter live. And I'll see if I can't figure out if this is legit or not. If it is, then we'll get into it further. But I'm just really scared to say much. And plus to the fact that it's kind of something that's not, I question whether it's even YouTube friendly. So I'm kind of on the fence on it. You guys be good. Stay safe. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Bama. Y'all have a great night. Bye.